Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this meeting of the Gas Pipeline Advisory Committee, or GPAC. Our topic today is PHMSA's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, Safety of Gas Distribution Pipelines, and Other Pipeline Safety Initiatives. This rulemaking addresses important congressional mandates from the Protecting Our Infrastructure of Pipelines and Enhancing Safety Act of 2020, as well as safety recommendations that resulted from the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of a September 2018 gas distribution incident in Merrimack Valley, Massachusetts. I am Keith Coyle, the Chief Counsel for PHMSA. I will be serving today as the designated federal officer and presiding official for this meeting of the GPAC. Our chairperson for today's meeting will be Drew Pierce. Drew is the counselor to the Assistant Secretary on Land and Minerals Management at the Department of Interior. Drew also previously served at PHMSA as the Deputy Administrator, and we are very fortunate to have Drew's experienced hands at the table here with us today. Unfortunately, PHMSA Administrator Roberti and PHMSA Deputy Administrator Kochman could not be here today. Paul and Ben are both looking forward to meeting with the committee when we convene at a future date. Emily Wong, our former Director for Governmental Affairs and our new Deputy Chief Counsel, will be here with us today. I just wanted to say that Emily did an excellent job spearheading PHMSA's recent innovation showcase that we had last week, and I am thrilled to have her joining my office. Paul and Ben are also thrilled that she is here to keep me in line today. We have some other important members of PHMSA's career staff here today from the Office of Pipeline Safety and the Office of Chief Counsel. They will be sharing their expertise as developers of this proposed rule. They'll also be helping to keep the meeting moving forward and also to keep me in line. Before getting to meeting protocols and logistics, I'd like to make a few brief opening remarks. This is our first Pipeline Advisory Committee since President Trump returned to office in January of 2025. While I wish we had gotten together sooner, I can assure you that PHMSA has been very busy advancing the President's agenda over the past 16 months. I'd like to highlight three key initiatives that I think demonstrate our commitment to moving things forward for the President. First, the Office of Pipeline Safety has taken unprecedented action to update its standards and eliminate unnecessary or unduly burdensome regulations. In July of last year, we issued 28 separate rulemaking actions related to pipeline safety. Many of those actions modernized or updated obsolete editions of technical industry standards. In August of 2025, we issued another final rule that updated nearly 20 additional technical standards. And then last month, we issued 40 additional rulemaking actions, including numerous proposed rules, technical and editorial corrections, and direct final rules to update industry standards. We think these targeted rulemaking initiatives have been very successful, and we plan to continue pursuing them in the future. Second, the Office of Pipeline Safety modernized its class location requirements for the first time in more than 50 years. In January of this year, OPS issued a final rule that allows gas transmission line operators to use an integrity management alternative for confirming or restoring the maximum allowable operating pressure of certain eligible segments that experience class location changes. This final rule is expected to generate more than $460 million in annual cost savings and to avoid an estimated 1.3 billion cubic feet of gas losses per year due to unnecessary pipe replacements. Third, the Office of Pipeline Safety has developed two significant proposed rules that are currently under review by the Office of Management and Budget. The first proposed rule, which we sent to OMB in April, would modernize the inspection requirements for breakout tanks on hazardous liquid pipeline systems. And the second proposed rule, which we sent to OMB earlier this month, would modernize our repair requirements for gas transmission and hazardous liquid pipelines. We are working with the Office of Management and Budget to complete their review of these rulemaking proposals to ensure timely publication in the Federal Register for comment. We are also developing a third significant rulemaking proposal that would update our safety standards for liquefied natural gas facilities for the first time in decades. We think these early rulemaking successes demonstrate PHMSA's commitment to advancing the President's agenda of unleashing American energy and prosperity, but there is more work to be done. We still have several outstanding congressional mandates that need to be addressed, and PHMSA Administrator Roberti has made very clear to our staff that those are a high priority. We will also continue to focus on modernizing our regulations and eliminating unnecessary or unduly burdensome requirements that do not advance the agency's core safety mission. Now, as members of the Pipeline Advisory Committee, you all play an important role in the rulemaking process. You have been selected to represent the interests of critical stakeholder groups and to provide valuable input on our rulemaking proposals and supporting analyses. PHMSA cannot achieve its mission without your support and participation, and I thank you for your willingness to serve on this committee. Now for some logistics, I'd like to draw your attention to the emergency exits. In case there is an emergency evacuation, please exit out to the courtyard between the buildings and go south along 3rd Street, past the park to the boardwalk on the river, where we will all gather. I'd also like to cover some housekeeping items this morning to make sure the meeting runs smoothly. We will try to proceed strictly according to a published agenda. For each topic, we have a schedule that will begin with a brief staff presentation, followed by question and answer with PHMSA staff for any clarifying questions or additions. And I would welcome the committee to reach out to our staff. I know in previous meetings we were a little more shy about offering our views on things. I am not a shy person. So if you have a question, please feel free to ask it. We will give you a direct answer. Once the Q&A session concludes, members will caucus to develop a motion using Robert's Rules format. After a motion is tabled, we will open the floor for debate, followed by a formal roll call vote. Part of my job today, with Drew's help, is to try to keep everybody on time. We will be following time closely. We have a pretty detailed agenda and schedule. If we run over time during a session, we will take that time away from a subsequent portion of the meeting. It's a little bit like a cap and trade system, but it's one that I can support. But we are going to try to move these things along. I know we've had some meetings over the past few years that I think have probably gone longer than everybody thought they should. So we're going to try to move things along expeditiously today. We will not be taking verbal comments from the public during the meeting. We will have a 30-day comment period after the meeting concludes, and everyone is encouraged to submit comments to the docket. Written comments can be submitted to the rulemaking docket. It's PHMSA docket number 2021-0046. We are looking to have those comments submitted by no later than June 29th, 2026. We will also be preparing a transcript of this meeting, which will serve as the committee's report. It will be posted in the docket. It's usually 2 or 3 weeks to get those things available. As part of our effort to maintain order, decorum, and the schedule, we ask that the committee members and members of the public who are in attendance adhere to some basic rules. If you are not presenting or speaking, please mute your mic. Please do not delay or disrupt the meeting. Do not interrupt other speakers or presenters. Please follow the instructions of the chair and the presiding officer. And please note that anyone who disrupts the meeting will be asked to leave the meeting room. So that's everything I wanted to cover in terms of introductions and housekeeping items. Now I'd like to turn things over to Drew.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Drew Pierce, and I am the counselor to the Assistant Secretary for Lands and Minerals at the Department of the Interior. I did serve as the Deputy Administrator here during the first Trump term and very much enjoyed my time at PHMSA. I also served on the Liquids Committee during George W. Bush's administration as when I was at the Department of Interior the first time. So I've had a long history with PHMSA and with the committees. I hereby call this meeting to order. The meeting is being recorded, and a transcript will be produced for the record. The transcript and the presentation will be available on the public meeting page of the PHMSA website and the docket for the rulemaking. As mentioned earlier by Keith, additional written comments can be submitted to rulemaking docket under PHMSA 2021-0046. Comments should be submitted by June 29th, 2026. Before we get started, I have a few reminders for members and presenters. Please remember to introduce yourself each time you speak so that your comments are properly attributed and recorded in the transcript for this meeting. Additionally, please set your tint card in a vertical position to alert us that you wish to make a comment. I will work to keep track of the order in which you put your tint cards up, and I know that Cameron and Keith will help me. We will make sure that we get to you to take your comments. But do remember to state your name as you begin talking, please. So it's time to conduct our roll call. Brianna, would you please do... Oh, Saylor, I'm sorry, I knew that. Saylor, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. This is Saylor Palabrica with the Office of Pipeline Safety. I'll now begin the roll call. David Chisla. Kim David. Present. Drew Pierce.
Present.
Mary Zanter. Present. Terry Turpin.
When you say present, just make sure you turn your mic on so we can catch that on the transcription and on the video. Thank you.
Robert Mitchell. Kevin Lang. Matt Stennett. Eric Taylor. Chad Zamrin.
Oh, there we go. Present.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle.
Present.
Skip Elliott. Don Levertis. John Wolf.
Present.
And Robert Hill. And that concludes the roll call.
12 members present, so we do have a quorum. It's unfortunate that 3 of our public members can't be with us today for this first meeting, but I know that all of you will represent the public as you're representing your industry or your department. Do I need to be closer?
Yes, okay. A little bit. Sorry.
Okay. We want to review the agenda, and I believe that they're going to put it up on the screen for us. Oh, that's way small. So we're here to be briefed about the gas distribution NPRM. We will have the rule background, and then that'll take 5 minutes. The overpressure protection, we have scheduled for 60 minutes, and Keith is going to be our timekeeper. For DEMP, we have 35 minutes. For O&M manuals, we have 45 minutes, and we're taking a 60-minute lunch break. Staff is bringing lunch in, but if you want to leave the building, you are welcome to. We just need to make sure that you're back in the 60 minutes. Emergency response plans, we have 70 minutes scheduled. Presence of qualified personnel, we have 30 minutes scheduled. Pressure control records, we have 30 minutes scheduled. State inspection calculation tool, we have 15 minutes scheduled. After that, we'll have committee discussion and additional Q&A, and then a committee vote. Then we'll do wrap-up and closing remarks at the end of the day. How many of you have either served on the committee or been to one of the PAC meetings previously? Terry, obviously. Okay, most everybody. is familiar. Great. So with that, I'll turn it over to PHMSA personnel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bobby Painen. I'm a senior transportation specialist with standards and rulemaking, and I'll be walking you all through the slides today. I will try to be very brief, as the focus today is on you and your discussion and your recommendations. But I'd like to start out by saying thank you all for being here at a staff level. These recommendations, the transcript, your comments, your recommendations here are very valuable to us as we craft the final rule. So again, thank you for taking the time to do this. One additional housekeeping item, just in case you might need it, is if you need restrooms, if you don't know, if you go out here and take a look to the right, you'll see a sign that says restrooms. You take a left down the hall and there's a sign further directing you, so just in case you need it. An additional small housekeeping item is thinking about how you all want to line up votes. This is y'all's meeting, and you all can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but I'll note that previous iterations of the committee were very successful when they agreed and coalesced around broad policy discussion and didn't focus on wordsmithing sections or portions of the regulation. And so we have a, thank you, we have a court reporter in the back capturing everything we say. Things that you say here, the staff can construe as recommendations, as member comments. And so when we get to the vote slides, perhaps it is as simple as a thumbs up, thumbs down. That, you know, the discussion that you all coalesce around today is that makes the rule technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable. If not, we have built-in caucus time for you all to build up your motion language, which you will then discuss. So just wanted to throw that out there for you all. But for the timeline of the rule, of course, we're here today because of a serious overpressurization of a low-pressure distribution system in Merrimack Valley, Massachusetts in September of 2018. There were a significant number of homes that were damaged, a number of people hospitalized, approximately 50,000 people needed to evacuate the area. And of course, there was a young man who was killed, Lionel Rondon. He was later further memorialized in the Pipes Act of 2020 under the Lionel Rondon Pipeline Safety Act, which provided multiple mandates for attempting to solve issues found at the Merrimack Valley incident and improve safety for gas distribution pipelines. Of course, PHMSA, a couple of years later, implements those mandates, proposes to in the gas distribution NPRM, which of course is what we are all here to discuss today. So some astute viewers noted during our pre-brief meeting that there aren't a couple of topics that were contained in the slide deck and are not on this mandate list, and that would include provisions of the rule related to 192.305 for inspections, 192.517 for records, and 192.725 for reinstating service lines. That is an indication that PHMSA is disinclined to carry those proposals through to a final rule. We want to tell you this now so that we don't necessarily suck up a whole lot of oxygen on them with our limited time today. However, again, this is your all's meeting, and if any member wants to bring up those as topics, you know, they can do so if they choose. And as an overarching comment on thinking about how the final rule is going to come into play, we have direction from this administration to pass these congressional mandates, but do so very faithfully to the mandate, and also from our leadership. And additionally, our leadership is interested in streamlining the regulations and reducing page count. Previous iterations of council and regulatory drafting philosophy used more of a belt and suspenders approach. You might see a little bit of that reflected in the proposal, in that some items might be considered redundant or overly prescriptive. Leadership now is taking a different tack, and we have a more streamlined philosophy. As Kevin from The Office would say, why waste time, say lot word, when few word do trick. So, we are interested in, making a slimmed down regulation that fits as close to the mandate as faithfully as possible. So hopefully that will allay some concerns that people might have had about certain items. Next slide. Okay, so on to it. Protection against accidental overpressurization is our first topic. We have approximately an hour for this topic. The mandate was to require operators of load pressure distribution systems to assess and upgrade as appropriate their district regulator stations to ensure they have secondary overpressure protection methods, that they cannot be defeated by a common mode of failure, and that the pressure of the gas in the system can be monitored. So PHMSA looked to implement this with a two-pronged approach in the proposal, namely for future systems creating a design requirement in 192, 195 to ensure that systems would be built to these requirements, if any are built in the future. And then for existing systems, which the mandate does call out specifically, says all of these systems, but tucking a performance standard within DIMP to confirm that these existing systems have secondary protection and remote monitoring, or else upgrading the systems to be so within 1 year. Of course, the mandate also provided for an alternative that PHMSA implemented, where operators of existing systems could request alternatives via the 192.18 notification process if they needed alternatives to secondary overpressure protection. Now, the total annualized costs, PHMSA estimated this to be at $4.4 million, and this is with a few caveats, of course. One is we know we potentially underestimated the number of district regulator stations that were out there. We overestimated the number of regulator stations with two methods of overpressure protection, and we underestimated the cost of upgrades to make them meet the mandate. The public safety benefits, we anticipate improved safety and a reduced number of these incidents. If you all reviewed the slides in advance, you'll have noticed a few of these slides for every topic. So you read the comments as homework to coming in here and being prepared, and we read the comments too in order to try to make a better final rule. So based on what we've read and trying to be consistent with the direction of the mandate, direction of this administration, the direction of leadership, we are already eyeballing a few things that we are considering implementing in a draft final rule. A few of the big things from those comments is there was a little bit of confusion as to whether, as written, PHMSA's proposal required two distinct and unique methods of overpressure protection. We would intend to clarify in a final rule that operators may employ the same method of protection twice. We're also going to intend to carry forward requiring secondary protection on all low-pressure distribution systems, which again is consistent with the mandate. However, we understood the comments when they said they were concerned that 1 year of implementation time was way too quick. And we don't have a firm number in our head. That is something that we would love to hear feedback and get data on if you all can provide it. But there's that. And also, there were some questions as to where it would be appropriate for operators to request those alternatives to secondary protection requirements, like if there was impracticable design, or if the operator had plans to replace the system. Know that we intend to provide some clarification in the preamble as to those questions. For pressure monitoring specifically, there were a few comments and considerations following those comments to include the proposal made it appear that operators would be required to have remote monitoring for gas pressure on these systems. The mandate does not say that. It just it says there needs to be a means for monitoring the pressure. Therefore, for existing systems, we would consider allowing those systems to have remote monitoring or mechanical pressure devices while continuing to require remote monitoring prospectively on new systems. And also, in what I kind of briefly just touched on regarding redundancy or duplication and trying to streamline regulations, we would also consider cutting back the additional requirement for minimizing the risk of overpressurization, specifically in 192, 195C, those design standards, as we believe they can be picked up with the DIMP amendments, and it's already required in 192, 199G. Okay. So Drew, I will turn it back over to you for the Q&A, the potential caucus, and committee discussion and vote.
Thank you very much. Discussion or questions for the staff? Say again.
Another clarification from Sailor.
Okay.
Hello, this is Sailor Palabrica, Office of Pipeline Safety. Just a global comment for the benefit of people watching online and for the court reporter. Please, when you're making remarks, try to speak directly into the microphone and keep that relatively close. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Oh, great. Mr. Zanarin, is that close?
Yep, Chad Zamarin with Williams. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll try to get us started. Thanks for the introduction. And I maybe just want to make sure we're really clear on the mandate, because you mentioned the mandate several times, but I'm a little worried that the slides reference more of what the NPRM kind of proposes than the pure mandate. And when I go back and read the mandate, I think this is a really important section that we get right. This is probably the most important section when it comes to the impact that it will have on the industry, on the potential for safety. You know, this is, when I read the NPRM and I read the incident report from the NTSB, the root cause of the incident was primarily engineering, operator error, management of change. Obviously, that led to an overpressure event that ultimately led to the incident. But you know, the NPRM kind of jumps to treating as if every facility has the potential for that same thing to happen. It would be like saying we want to install a pacemaker in every person in this country because of the potential that they might have the risk of heart attack, instead of going after, you know, addressing where we see that risk and only installing where that's necessary. And when I read the mandate, I actually think that that's what the intent is of how it was written. And it doesn't, in my view, say that you have to install secondary pressure protection at every facility, everywhere, all the time. It actually says that there may be conditions that warrant alternative measures. And you mentioned that, you know, it might require submitting a request to the secretary for, you know, not doing that. That's not the mandate. The mandate does not say that. That's what the NPRM may suggest. But I want us to be really clear on what the mandate actually says. There's kind of a multiple, you know, section. So I don't know if this is a question as much as it's to get this right, I think this is probably the most important section where you've got to go back to the law language, read through it, and see that the NPRM jumps to kind of a very broad interpretation of the mandate versus following kind of the lay of the law that said, we want to make sure you do these things, but do these things where they are appropriate, where they are practical. And I think what PHMSA can do is lay out, without having to create some process of exception, can lay out the conditions upon which there may be alternatives that are necessary. So I just wanted to make sure, I didn't necessarily hear that, and I wanted to make sure that that's what I'm hoping we can better understand.
Thank you. Mr. Lang.
Okay, it looks like my microphone's working now. Good morning, Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas Corporation, representing the American Gas Association. Chad, I think your points are very well made and kind of top of my mind as well. I think from my perspective, the congressional mandate was very clear on the components that we should be focusing on with this rulemaking, and I appreciate that PHMSA has taken a hard look at this and tried to streamline or condense down certain aspects and add more regulatory certainty in areas. But I just wanted to echo maybe a few things that I heard Chad say as well, that the mandate was very specific about these requirements being as appropriate and considering that adding a second form of overpressure protection may not be operationally feasible in certain circumstances. And I think when we're talking about the size and the scope, the t-shirt sizing, if you will, of the low pressure systems that exist across North America, those words become very specific. As an engineer, this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, I don't believe. And I think we really need to consider, as we talk through, I know we're not getting into the specifics necessarily of the rulemaking, but thinking about the scope, operators have done a lot since this incident happened. AGA's member companies have done a lot since the rule, the NPRM was published in 2023. And I think recognizing that there may be, I'll describe it as kind of a menu of solutions that could be applicable here. DIMP was not at its heart a prescriptive regulation. It was very much performance-based, and I think one of the things that we've all learned in the time since we promulgated the Distribution Integrity Management Rule is threats and the accelerated actions that operators utilize to minimize risk across their system have to be tailored and specific to each operator's conditions. Southwest Gas Corporation operates in Arizona, Nevada, and a portion of California. And just across our diverse service territory, we operate almost down to sea level elevation up to nearly 10,000 feet of elevation, from semi-arid to places in Tahoe that can get 10 feet of snow in a weekend. So thinking about, as we're talking through some of the specifics, and again, I'm trying to maybe establish some general concepts here. I appreciate that PHMSA is looking at DIMP, and I think from that focus on DIMP, how can we come up with a final rule that maybe is less prescriptive and allows for different menus of options, recognizing that operators aren't sitting on our hands right now. We're trying to move actions forward. So I don't know if there was a question necessarily baked into that, but I just trying to get the conversation started, because there's a lot of meat in this section of the rulemaking. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yep, Eric Taylor, BHE GTNS, representing INGA. So again, building off what Chad, Kevin have both said, again, having that flexibility allows for quicker reaction. You know, if you're doing a full replacement, that's going to take 5, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to implement, where if we give a optionality, and looking back at PHMSA's advisory bulletin that it originally had created, one of the options were mapping sensing lines. So if you give some options for operators to implement, that would allow quicker response to get the system safer across the country. If it's just all in that the only option is replacement, then I think we're going to be a 10, 15, 20-year type of time frame to get these systems to be safer. So allowing that flexibility and operators to go out and look at site-specific, what are the options, what's the size that I have to be able to maybe implement some other means versus just a additional, let's say, relief valve or something, that will allow for a quicker move to get the systems to be safer.
Mr. Stinnett.
Thank you. Matt Stennett, Middle Tennessee Natural Gas, representing APGA. A couple clarifying questions. First, the requirement for remote monitoring, would that be subject to the control room management exemptions, since it's essentially a SCADA system? That would be a difficult, entirely new object for smaller gas systems to implement that just aren't set up to handle remote monitoring easily. Secondly, I'm a little, it's kind of a bigger question, but one of our charges as a group is to determine if this is cost effective. And Bobby mentioned, hey, we're questioning some of our estimates, and we have some figures that, there's probably 50,000 plus of these regulator stations we're discussing, versus what was it, 6,000 in the initial estimate. And the cost estimates were $7,500 per station to change out initially. I mean, reality, as Eric mentioned, that could vary anywhere. It could be $7,500 for a simple change out, which we've already done probably 7,000 of those across the states. But realistically, if we're changing the entire station, it's $50,000 to $1 million. And how do we determine if this is cost effective if we don't have those numbers yet, I guess is what I'm getting at. And how can we vote on that, not knowing the numbers with such a wide variety?
Mr. Samron.
I think PHMSA
I'm
may
sorry.
have wanted to
Do you
respond to
want
the
to go ahead and
questions.
respond? Go ahead, Brooks.
I can't seem to.
Brooks Tate, PHMSA, Office Pipeline Safety. To answer your question, Mr. Stinnett, the remote monitoring would not kick in the SCADA requirement because the CRM requirement, because that's 631, and that says who monitors and controls. And from our standpoint, looking forward, we brought up in the considerations that we're not looking for your feedback on whether to remove that remote requirement. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Chad Zamrin with Williams. And I do think that the description of the different situations and scenarios, different costs, I think is important. I think it's why it lends to maybe PHMSA clarifying how to navigate through the mandate and where it is appropriate to require secondary protection, where it might be appropriate to follow the part of the mandate where it says alternatives might be more appropriate. But I also want to encourage those on the committee, I work for a company that doesn't have distribution systems, but I was able to reach out to distribution operators and understand, and it's always good to ask questions of the operators that are here at the table. My understanding is that we have potentially more than 50,000 locations across the country, that if you read the NPRM to its kind of exact language, might likely require significant physical work, even full replacement at up to potentially over 50,000 locations. And when I mentioned like installing a pacemaker when you don't yet even know if the person needs it, like that introduces risk. That is significant construction activity. It requires outages. It requires venting gas to atmosphere. It can require taking, customers out of service and having to relight pilot lights, which is a risky situation. So I just want to make sure if there are questions about what, this is why this is a really important section. When I think industry reads the NPRM, there is a concern that this would drive widespread construction and replacement work across the industry, in many cases in areas where there's likely a better strategy for addressing the risk of management of change, of overpressuring a facility. I mean, when you read the Merrimack event, it was not that there wasn't a secondary source. You might have bypassed the secondary source through the way that project was unfortunately mismanaged. And so I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to understand. My understanding is that if we don't kind of navigate through the mandate right and understand that I do believe its intent is to tailor the solution to the actual problem in each unique situation, I think that we have the risk of actually creating more problems than we are actually solving. And so just wanted to lay out that that's what I've gained as an understanding as I've kind of dug into this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Lyle?
Good morning. So, Sarah Magruder-Lyle, Common Ground Alliance. When Chad mentioned the pacemaker, and Matt talked about the amount of, infrastructure that we could be talking about, it reminds me of, a couple of things that I think are also important for us to think about when we do this, right? The challenge with federal regulations is always the balance, right? The balance of being too prescriptive with the balance of being effective. And we often, in the oil and gas industry, tend to think, oh, we should be like the airline industry. We have a checklist, right? But we're not. It's more like an OR, right? You could be replacing a knee over and over and over, just like you could be replacing, this apparatus over and over and over, but it's different every time. The patient is different every time. And particularly from my perspective, when we talk about, damage prevention, integrity, reliability, a lot of the things that Chad noted that could happen if we're too prescriptive and start asking to change out things that don't need to be, that are not the actual risk, then swing the risk in the wrong direction, because this isn't an airplane, it's a knee. And I think that it's really important that we think about how we address that in a mandate that we want to be effective, right? The goal is to be effective in mitigating risk, effective with cost, right? And effective to the industry. So when we think about those things, which is in line with the NPRM, I just wanted to step back a bit and look at how we're thinking about this, because I don't think it's in anybody's best interest, particularly the public's, to have all of these companies going out and replacing a bunch of infrastructure that isn't the risk, because we certainly have enough pieces that are risky that we need to focus on, and then we're diverting very precious resources in a very, stretched job, market right here, with the amount of construction that's happening around it. We can actually be increasing the risk instead of mitigating it.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Eric Taylor again, BHE GTNS. So building off what both just Chad and Sarah had said, so again, mitigating that risk appropriately, making sure we build into the timeline that we would have opportunities for operators to build their MOC programs. They would build that OQ oversight program and process first before we would immediately roll out the expectation that you're going to replace or take these other measures. So making sure we have a process to properly address the Merrimack Valley incident, make sure we have a management change process to account for the construction or whatever measures would be implemented, so that that is properly communicated out through the organization. People know what's going to take place. But then also, whatever the OQ measures are, or I should say, whatever measures the operator is going to take, is there an OQ'd person that needs to be there on site to oversee whatever that change could be? So just making sure that we have accounted for those procedures, those processes to be implemented before you'd immediately require operators to start taking such measures.
Zamarin.
Thanks. And I just maybe wanted to suggest or ask of PHMSA, at some point, we might want to put up the voting slide, and if there are any concepts. I think one of the things that I'm hearing, or at least I'm trying to express, is that I'm not sure that the starting point of the decision tree should be to start with, you're going to do, secondary pressure protection everywhere, all the time, but to start with maybe the conditions upon which that is the appropriate outcome, but there are other outcomes based on differing conditions. And again, when we think about principles, that's the kind of principle that I'm hoping, at least gets discussed, debated, and proposed to be added to the voting slide, that kind of concept, I think, is in the spirit of the mandate, and I think it balances what Sarah just described. We've got to make sure we don't drive activities that aren't actually addressing the root causes. So that was just one of my suggestions at some point. Is PHMSA, in past meetings, we've tried to kind of capture where the theme might be going, and I think something that summarizes, I think, is trying to express that. We think at least I think it would make sense to have a little more clarity on navigating through the different alternatives instead of just starting with, this is the only solution, and we're talking about timelines for implementation. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you have an additional comment?
Yeah, just building off what Chad said again, I think what we've been saying, and maybe to follow the mandate, was the single point of failure. So, if there's concepts there that would not force the installation of more overpressure protection, but then help to prevent that single point of failure, then that would give us the flexibility, I think, the variability across operators to figure out what's the right approach per site, per situation to prevent that single point of failure.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. What I've heard the committee say so far is, one, you want us to take a hard look at the mandate. More than willing to do that. I think one of the opening points of discussion this morning is that we are going to stick faithfully to the congressional mandates that we have. We want to close those out. Two, more optionality and time in addressing the mandate where it applies. Three, limit the no objection approval process for some of these concepts. I can speak from a personal perspective. I think we have gotten, in recent years, far too comfortable with the no objection and approval process for trying to solve all the world's problems. We have a very long list of things that require those no objections and approvals. I am more than happy to take a hard look at limiting those or not requiring them where appropriate. And then the last thing, take a hard look at the cost-benefit analysis. That is also something that I think we've been emphasizing a lot internally. Obviously, we've had some litigation risk in recent years on cost-benefit. I did not take this job to lose cases. So we will take the committee's input on that and go back and take a look at the assumptions, impacts, what we're using for replacement costs, labor, things like that.
Keith, I appreciate those comments. I think that was very close to where my mindset was at as well. I think that in the mandate, and I mentioned it before, really the as appropriate piece, thinking about how we as operators can leverage. I think there's a slew of options, and there's even options today that didn't necessarily exist in 2018 that operators are looking at. One thing maybe, and I don't know if this is appropriate here, but just trying to take a step back, because I find I do this sometimes with other folks in my company where I call it geeking out, right? And I dive right into all the gory technical detail, and I feel like we jumped right into it today. And maybe just to add some context here on what we're really talking about with this overpressure protection component is, I think, at least from me, from my perspective and from our members' perspectives, it felt like PHMSA's context around the rule was, well, in some cases on these low pressure distribution systems, they're operating at inches of water column compared to, 50 or 60 PSI, or what you might have in what's also known as a medium pressure system. I think the thought process kind of felt like, hey, we can just add another regulator into the system. And ideally, I think there were some cases where operators were able to do that. And I think in those cases, and I'll maybe just provide this for my perspective on the preliminary regulatory impact analysis, it felt like PHMSA's cost estimates there were probably closer to reality when there is an easy fix. Those are low-hanging fruit. I think operators are working on those kind of situations. I think the bigger challenges, and I won't go all the way to the extreme, but there's a lot of meat in the middle where it's much more complex to that. And I think that's why, from my perspective, looking at an only option of, hey, we have to retrofit a low pressure regulator set with a second level of overpressure protection, really becomes much more complex. And it speaks to all the things that I think Chad's talked about, Eric's talked about, where we're doing all these other actions then as operators. And then the MOC, the management of change component, becomes that much more specific. The amount of excavation and workload and change management is coming into play. And I guess I say that again, maybe not as a question here for the committee, but just to add some perspective and context for the non-operators in the room, that the reason why we're seeking opportunities to use additional options is because sometimes those options meet the same level or equivalent level of safety, and I think ultimately being able to address the low pressure systems through pipe replacement, which is a long-term effort. And I don't want to necessarily open that can of worms and get into that debate here in this room, but I think it's ultimately we're all driving at the same thing here, which is how do we reduce risk of a similar situation like Merrimack Valley happening again, but doing so in a manner that we're not creating potentially more risk through all of these retrofits and excavations and construction activity that's going on.
Mrs. Lyle.
Kevin stole a little bit of my thunder, but what I wanted us to think about is, and I know we're going to talk about management of change later, but again, stepping back and looking at this, right, what we're talking about right now is so very specific that I caution us that I don't want to be so prescriptive that we actually miss the bigger risks that are surrounding this. I'm sure, most of the people in this room, like I have read way too many NTSB reports about various incidents that are not overpressurization incidents, that are a much higher risk. And often the issue happened upstream, right? So the management of change concept, yes, should we address it around this specific issue? But it's also something we have to look at more broadly, because when something like this happens, it's usually that there was a challenge in the process well before we got to this. And so when we think about management of change, DEMP, overpressure, like these specific, the emergency response, the management of change piece is much broader than this specific piece or the analysis of that. We have to look at it in total. I mean, I've, again, read way too many NTSB reports lately, and the incident started well before the actual issue happened, and we don't want to take our eyes off addressing the highest risk issues, which may be, right, overpressure protection, absolutely in some cases. But, we've talked a lot about excavation. That's the number one risk to everybody's assets in this room. It's not overpressurization. So, not that we shouldn't address it, but again, we have to think about what that MOC looks like more broadly than just at this, because we can address this, but if we don't address the things more broadly in the process, we're not really setting ourselves up to succeed.
Mr. Stinnett.
Matt Stinnett, Middle Tennessee Natural Gas. I'm not sure if this is the time for this type of question, but I'm curious about where in the PHMSA slide it mentions alternatives based on impracticable design. And the mandate, I believe, talks about not operationally possible. PHMSA asked for input on that, and I'd love to better understand what PHMSA is thinking about with impracticable design. Does that mean, hey, you can't just pop in a slam shut, it won't fit, you have to replace the entire station? Or does it mean it's in a vault and you can't get to it easily? Or, I mean, just where do we get clarity on those details?
Mr. Tate.
Yes, sir. Brooks Tate, PHMSA. That's a very good question, and something we are looking forward to receiving feedback from this committee on that language, because we are looking at that and looking at those alternative situations that if you can't replace or add, because most of these stations will be in a tight business district-like atmosphere, to where you can't expand that vault or that pit. So looking at that and with the no objection, and also pulling in the time frames of those assessment and upgrades that we're requiring by 1007D, all is being taken under consideration from our point of view, and trying to stick with that mandate of the statute. Does that answer your question? Okay.
One of the things that, this is Mary Zanter, one of the things that we haven't really discussed is the fact that on the low pressure systems, an overpressurization is very different in a low pressure system than it is in other systems, because of the fact that there are no additional regulators at the houses. So we're looking at direct impact to customers immediately. And so that's one of the factors that I think we need to continue to think about as we talk about these overpressurizations on low pressure systems. So very, very specifically, you know, the risk associated with that. So not all overpressure systems, all overpressurizations will have the same effect.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, and I think just trying to look at the slide here that we're maybe considering at some point here for voting on soon, but the limit the no objection approval process, I will agree with Keith. I'm not a fan of the 192.18C process, so as much as we can, I'd either say limit it or make it, you know, that I would assume just like we, transmission operators, distribution operators getting audited every year, I would expect that there would be a review process of why they're making certain decisions, why they've installed certain things where they have. So I would expect that through that process, they'd be reviewed on what that decision-making process looks like and is it correct versus a 192.18C process. And then also if it's being reviewed by the states, I'm not sure if it's being submitted to PHMSA, how that process would flow back to the states. But it just seems like to the extent possible, I would limit that or strike it, because again, just a lot of things recently through PHMSA regulatory requirements are making that submission and takes a lot of time to get feedback from PHMSA. So again, not a fan if we don't need to have that in there.
Mr. Zamrin.
Thank you, Chad Zamrin Williams. And I just want to, I want to make sure I'm consistent with what Member Zanter was saying. One of the things I had heard is that there may be situations where, in fact, trying to put in pressure regulation or protection at a regulating station is not the most effective solution, and it's better to look at the, you know, at people's homes where the likelihood of the event is where it will likely occur. And so another reason why we're making sure we're not driving prescriptive work that is a one-size-fits-all across very complex systems that might warrant different solutions to protect against the outcome that you're trying to avoid. So I had heard that as well, kind of when I was trying to understand, is this the right treatment that's going to address the entire spectrum of possibilities? And it felt like this is a much more nuanced issue. So I just want to say I think that's a good point that I've heard as well. I did want to ask kind of a wonky question. This is going to date me from having been in many voting sessions. The preamble language of the voting slide is different than what we've seen in the past. And it struck me, I don't want to debate the RIA, but the way that it was written in the past, it was that the proposed rule, and I think it was something to the effect of supported by the RIA in the draft environmental assessment, is oftentimes how the language would read. I read this to say that it's an endorsement of both the NPRM and the RIA, and it's saying that we're voting that the RIA is cost effective, whereas prior voting language I went back and looked at, because it struck me that I never sat in a vote and thought, and maybe we didn't spend a lot of time on the formulation of that language, but is there a reason why that language is different than it has been in the past, and any reason why we can't go back to the precedent language that we've used, I think, for years? Thank you.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. I have no objection to adding additional caveats. That's totally fine. I think we just did it to try to streamline it.
Yeah, thanks, Chad Zammerman again. Yeah, it was, I think prior language was like the proposed rule based and as supported by the regulatory impact analysis or something like that. Again, I don't know if anyone cares, but when I read this, I did not spend a ton of time on the RIA. I spent my time on the rule, and I've always kind of saw that language as, okay, there's an RIA and a draft environmental assessment out there, but we were really focused on the NPRM. Thank you.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, and just to be clear, it is within this committee's ambit to review the cost-benefit analysis and provide us with appropriate feedback. So please feel free to do that. We have economists here who are happy to take any questions. And if we need to, modify the voting slides or whatever to highlight concerns, we're more than happy to do that.
Mr. Lang.
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. So Keith, appreciate that. To that point, I'd like to hear a little bit more from PHMSA on the thought process. You mentioned in the briefing about how you recognize that the costs were maybe underestimated in this particular area, and I know AGA and the joint associations filed comments that identified that as well. Is PHMSA in a position where you can talk more about to the committee where you're thinking on the revised cost estimate at this point?
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. I'm happy to have our economists talk about what we did in the PRIA and what we've got in the comments so far and where we're heading. The one thing I'll say is the PRIA was based on the information that we had at the time. We did receive comments that we are in the process of considering, and we will make changes to the RIA as appropriate. I've learned this is more an art than a science, maybe, on the one hand, but on the other hand. So anyways, and we do have situations where we need to make some assumptions. We can talk about whether those assumptions are appropriate or whether we're being too conservative. That's totally fine. But maybe somebody from the econ team can walk through at a high level, and then we'll get you some really tough questions to warm you up. Go ahead.
Anton, would you like to take that?
Anton Tesfal, economist in PHMSA. The pre-estimates were based on information we got back in 2021 from AGA and operators. Back then, for example, from AGA, we got a number close to 15,000 district regulator stations. But in response to the NPRM, now we have 57,000. So we use those numbers. Back then in 2021, we also had a number, 7,500 per equipment. We used that number in the RIA, in the PRIA, But now we received additional information. AGA collected information from 24 operators, and we have a range, a median and a mean value for those installations, and we are considering those numbers.
Mr. Taylor.
I can defer to Kevin. I'll
Okay.
let him go because I was going to make a motion to vote, so I'll let him go first.
Mr. Lang.
Then I will not belabor my point. I just wanted to circle back around, kind of in that vein, though, thinking about the conversation that we've just had, the language up on the screen here, and maybe one last question to PHMSA, and I just want to make sure that from my compliance brain, things are checking boxes. So when we're talking about limiting the no objection approval process, we mentioned 192.18C. That's specifically what we're talking about, right? The basically the notification to PHMSA. The notification to PHMSA to request alternate equivalent technology, to request a deviation from another code requirement. It's just the catch-all request section, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. So we have a couple of different flavors of 192.18 notifications. We have pure notifications, which are just, here's what we plan to do. And then we have a notification with like a 90-day window where PHMSA can object. I'll defer to Jeremy Henowitz from my office on what we proposed in the rule. But I think the feedback I've gotten so far is maybe not so much limit, but perhaps eliminate or be very judicious in how we require the use of either the notification process or the notification and no objection process. But go ahead, Jeremy.
Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA. Thank you. Yeah, just to elaborate on what Keith said, we clarified in some recent rules in the last year that notifications are generally under 192.18A, but where it invokes paragraph C, it is that 90-day review period. The proposal referenced a 90-day review period for PHMSA's no objection. I think we're hearing comments, as Keith said, about whether to apply that review process. Also, I also heard some comments about how to harmonize review with states, recognize that many of these systems are jurisdictional to direct state review. So I think we're open to those comments about how to reconcile these features.
Mr. Zamrin?
Thanks, Chad Zamrin with Williams. Yeah, and I just, to be clear, what I'm suggesting, because I don't think the no objection is a great tool, and I think what you could do is better follow the construct of the mandate and actually, make it so that operators don't have to use a no objection. They understand where they absolutely have to install secondary protection, but then it is clear that there are these, more tailored approaches that are required because of the unique circumstances of the situation. I just think you can construct it. I think the way the NPRM was written, it took one paragraph out of this section and it said, you're going to start here. And if you do anything else, you have to go through a notification or an exception process. I think you should construct the rule consistent with the mandate and follow the fact that there are operational issues that'll want you to do something differently. There are design issues that'll lead you to do something differently, that there is not only one mandated solution and any other solution requires notification or approval. So that's my hope, is that I think that's the best way to construct the rules so that you don't always have these exceptions or, the need to put something in front of the regulator and have less certainty about what the path forward might be. Thank you.
Ms. Zanter?
Mary Zanter, I have a clarifying question. So the requirement for approval or for notification to PHMSA under systems that would be jurisdictional to the state, do those still need to go to PHMSA, or would that fall to the state as a requirement?
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. So that has been sort of an interesting wrinkle that we've had as we've expanded the use of these. To what extent should those be coming to PHMSA as the federal regulator? Should they be going directly to the states? Should they be going to both? We are taking a hard look at that to see what is appropriate. We fully understand for the intrastate systems where states are certified, you folks are the primary regulators. We are not. We have enough work here in Washington. We will let you go about your business. But that's another reason why I think taking a hard look at the appropriateness of this no objection process. I think notifications are a little bit different. Just a pure notification maybe doesn't raise the same concerns in terms of a dual notification requirement. But you asked a difficult question, which I will reserve the right to avoid for the remainder of the meeting.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. I have some questions about the voting slides. It seems like we're voting on a concept, not on actual language. And when you read the comments from industry and possible changes, they're very extensive. From PHMSA, what sort of feedback can you give us that those comments are going to be included in a final rule? Because, I don't know if we get a second bite at the apple or not here.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, good point. We have a legal obligation under the Pipeline Safety Act and Administrative Procedure Act to consider all the comments that were submitted in the record. We will meet that obligation. We've already started to go through those comments, and you've seen at least some of the feedback we've had so far. So that's a legal obligation that exists on us, independent of anything that happens in this meeting. In terms of your recommendations, we also have a legal obligation to consider your recommendations. I consider them super duper comments. We also have to provide a rationale if we are going to depart from your expert guidance and advice. But I think at least from my perspective, what is helpful on the committee vote is sort of endorsing bigger principles or larger principles that we can go back and execute on. Sort of give us the objective. Don't tell us 99 steps on how to get there. So I think what we have so far, at least from my perspective, is very helpful in sort of going back and giving direction to staff. Hey, look, big picture, go take another look at the mandate. Are we meeting the intent of Congress? Are there things that we can do to provide additional flexibility? Stuff like that. So we're happy to adjust what is on the slides, but I do think if there is a particular comment that you feel strongly about that we should go look at, that is your prerogative to point it out. But I don't know that the committee needs to put something in there that says, oh, by the way, follow the statute. I try to do that every day before noon if I can.
Ms. Lyle.
Sarah Magruder Lyle, Common Ground Alliance. I just want to reiterate something I think is very important here when we talk about particularly the no objection piece of this, is that the foundational reason that we have these rules is for safety, right? And when we start interjecting timeliness issues, approval challenges, we are, de facto reducing our ability to actually do what we need to do for safety, for effectiveness in a timely manner. As we move forward with these and rules moving forward, the uniqueness of every system really needs to be top of mind, because if every time you have to go back and try to get an approval for something different, it's going to be every system. I mean, it's not an effective approach to make sure that we're doing the things we need to do to advance safety, because it goes back to the operating room versus the airplane.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, and I'm looking at the clock. We're at 9 minutes left in this session, but it's a good debate. Look, I personally appreciate limiting these no objections. We do have a statutory mechanism. We have special permits or waivers that operators can avail themselves in unique cases. Writing generally applicable rules that accommodate all of these circumstances in the world can be a challenge. We do the best that we can to try to meet that challenge. But to the extent the committee's feedback is don't use the no objection approval process as kind of an out for making hard choices, we fully appreciate and understand that.
Ms. Anter.
Mary Zanter. I just would like to amend that statement up there just to request that clarification as to who that notification goes to would be included. And I realize that that's still a unknown, difficult topic, but I think we should address it.
Mr. Senate.
Just backing on Sarah real quick and Chad, I agree we should limit the approval process as much as we can. So maybe some ammunition for that is that this requirement is within the integrity management section. And operators shouldn't have to ask permission to do things they find risk-based solutions to. I think that's our out for any.
Any other comments before we have a motion? Mr. Taylor, is it still your intent to make a motion?
Eric Taylor, absolutely.
Okay.
So, motion to vote, yeah. Yeah, Chad, as the expert GPAC member, said I'm expected to read this, so now you all get to hear me read this. So, motion to move forward on the vote, the proposed rule as published in the Federal Register as supported by the draft regulatory evaluation regarding district regulator station overpressure protection and monitoring are technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion if PHMSA review the mandate and consider allowing performance-based alternatives to replacement as appropriate, reconsider compliance timelines, clarify and limit the no objection approval process, and take a hard look at the RIA analysis.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mrs. Lyle. Discussion? I am told that the vote is a majority of those present. Are we ready for the roll call? No other comments? Saylor?
Thank you. So I'll now begin the roll call for the vote. If you approve, simply say yes or nay. So I'll begin with David Chisla.
Yes.
Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce.
Yes.
Mary Zanter.
Yes.
Terry Turpin.
Yes.
Robert Mitchell.
Yes.
Kevin Lang.
Yes.
Matt Stennett.
Yes.
Eric Taylor.
Yes.
Chad Zamrin.
Yes.
Sarah Magruder Lyle.
Yes.
John Wolf.
Yes.
And it's unanimously approved.
Thank you.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, for the record, we were 4 minutes and 12 seconds under, so that is a good start. We're going to take a little break here and come back in a few minutes.
It will be a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
Let's come back to order, please. We have 35 minutes to talk about DEMP. Great. Bobby?
Thank you, Drew. Bobby Pyanen here. Now we'll walk you guys through DIMP very quickly. Obviously, current requirements for DIMP, operators have to know their system. They have to identify threats on the system, evaluate and rank the risk based on those threats, and then identify and implement specific measures to attack those highest ranked risks. Next slide. Upon some conferring with council, just wanted to lay out these slides. So the specific mandate we've got there, kind of in the light red, orange arrow. What's under that is a reflection of the proposed rule. And then, in talking on the comments that we've read and where we plan on going with the final rule, kind of what we heard off of that. So just wanted to kind of brush that up and hopefully clarify that a bit. But so the mandate requiring DIMP programs evaluate the risk from the presence of cast iron pipes and mains in the distribution system. PHMSA in previous administration looked to add a lot more prescriptive meat on the bone to this, including expanding the materials list to include things like bare steel, unprotected steel, wrought iron, and historic plastics with known issues, expanding that threat identification for natural forces to include a whole lot of specific events, creating the new explicit threat category to identify overpressurization as major threats, and then also considering age as a threat. Next slide. So just talked about age and materials, and that kind of takes off 1 and 5. 2, 3, and 4 there were also identified in the mandate, and PHMSA tried to incorporate these in the proposal, looking at factors other than abnormal operating conditions, evaluating the risks leading from or resulting from operating a pressure that could make the operation of connected gas burning equipment unsafe. As members already noted, there's no regulator at the house, so this is gas flowing, right in. And then consequences of low probability events, analyzing the potential consequences of those unless the operator can demonstrate through an engineering basis that the event can result in no potential consequences. So PHMSA in the preliminary RIA had this as a very minor cost, and that perhaps goes and shows redundancy of some of the requirements, and the benefits of the changes, avoiding and mitigating impacts of incidents, and also improving dynamic predictive tools for risk mitigation. Also wrapped up in this, we had a proposal for exempting small LPG operators from DIMP requirements. These are very small systems. There were studies done that operators of these systems aren't getting commensurate safety benefits compared to the cost and administrative burdens that they face. So within the rulemaking, there was a bit of a swapsy we proposed where we would kick these operators out of the already limited DIMP requirements that they would have to undertake in exchange for some additional reporting requirements. And so we thought that this would help us get a better handle on the systems out there and certain safety risks that are out there. It would provide a small amount of cost savings and also reduce the administrative burden on these small businesses without compromising public safety. So from the comments we received and consistent with the mandate, we're considering in the final rule cutting out a whole lot of the specific prescription that we added to this section and letting DIMP again be a performance-based regulation. So in that we would look to consider limiting the specific materials to cast iron and historic plastics with known issues, especially, given the Centerville, Virginia incident that just occurred, and also, the historic problems we know with things like Adelaide pipe. Removing all of the additions around the natural force considerations, and also treating age as a consideration, evaluating the risk of other threats, and not making it a risk or threat category itself, but understanding that it's an interlacing requirement among other things. And of course, reducing repetition, simplify, simplify, simplify. And so, Drew, I will turn it over to you and the committee once again for Q&A, caucus, discussion, and vote.
Comments or questions? Mr. Senate.
Just a couple quick things. Mary Zanter and I are co-chairs of the PPDC, so I love the focus on historic plastics. But it's not in the congressional mandate. Only cast iron is singled out in the mandate, and I suggest we stick to cast iron as far as materials being singled out. I'm also curious, overpressurization is mentioned as a risk to be considered in DIMP. And I would argue that overpressurization is not a risk, it's the result of a failure. It's like saying we need to consider leaks as a risk. And I just think it's a weird word choice that doesn't make a lot of sense in that case. And I think you're already there with the slide language, but we just want to reiterate specific additional actions being specified by the rule is counterproductive to a company coming up with the most appropriate additional actions in their own DIMP plan. One small note in the cost analysis information, and maybe a question for the economists. There was a note that PHMSA assumes small operators, which are most of my people, would use the APG-ASIF shrimp plan. Shrimp would do this update, wouldn't cost the operators anything. The operators pay for shrimp, and somebody's going to have to pay for that. There will be a cost for that. And I don't have a number for that, but I'd ask that it take a harder look.
Ms. Zanter.
Mary Zanter. I have a clarifying question. It was noted that you were removing the section about, I've got to find the exact words here, removing the addition around natural forces. And also, so in that section, there was a requirement to notify PHMSA of considerations that were deemed not applicable to that system, that there was a notification requirement. And I think basically on any low probability event, and I'm wondering if that was also removed from your thoughts with natural forces. Did you understand what I was trying to say?
Yeah, Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA. Apologies if I'm not understanding, so please correct me. Regarding natural forces, DIMP already requires natural forces as a threat, and we had proposed to elaborate on what some of those are. We recognize we have given a lot of guidance on that, and so perhaps elaborating in this rule is not necessary. Here's where maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm hearing the second point as about perhaps disregarding low probability consequences, and I think that's a different part of DIMP that is statutorily mandated. That operators cannot disregard, where's my language here? An operator may not determine there are no potential consequences associated with low probability events unless that determination is otherwise supported by engineering analysis or operational knowledge. So I think a little separate from just natural forces, but yes, we would consider feedback from the committee about whether there needs to be a notification associated with that.
And the notification part was part of my question. So whether or not that was included, and it sounds like not necessarily. That you still want feedback on the notification portion.
So I think consistent with what we said during the last discussion, limiting the notification requirements, is it really necessary to be notifying the regulator on how we're addressing every threat or risk in DIMP? I think the answer to that is you just said NO. I got you. I'm picking it up. I'm getting it. Okay. Oh, who? Okay. All notifications go to Mary from here on out. No, we will. The message is received. We will limit the number of notifications, and we will make sure we clarify who those notifications need to go to the extent we include them in the final rule.
Mrs. Lyle.
Sarah Margarita Lyle, CGA. I just want to step back to the chart that has 1 through 5 on it, and age. Right, we talk about age a lot when we talk about risk, and then the measures to address age-associated risks. Several of the incidents, and including Mary Mac, often have to do with we don't know what we have and don't know where it is. And I think this is a huge missed opportunity to just note that, particularly with legacy systems, mapping should be a consideration. Do you know where your assets are? It is a consistent issue in the damages that we see. And again, in the interest of addressing the things that are most at risk are the legacy systems. Not just dig-ins, but if you look at, again, knowing what you had here at Mary Mac, not knowing what you had in Youngtown, not knowing what was under the ground in West Reading. Knowing where your assets are is a fundamental to safety, and being able to address if you might have an overpressurization issue, if you might have a materials issue. If you don't know what you have, then you can't even assess those things.
Mr. Lang.
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. So maybe just 2 items. One, building upon Matt's perspective, and like we did with the first voting item, kind of focusing back on the mandate itself. I'd just like to get a little bit better understanding from PHMSA's perspective on why the inclusion of vintage plastics, certain vintage plastics, was included here in addition to cast iron. And then I think the other is more of a point echoing what Sarah just mentioned. I think from a DIMP perspective, I always go back when I try to explain to a common person, like, what is distribution integrity management? It's about knowing your system, right? And I think we've been on that journey for much longer at Southwest Gas than the 15 or 16 years that the DIMP rule has been promulgated. And mapping accuracy, knowing precisely where facilities are, is something that continues to be a challenge that we seek to overcome. And I guess I say that more just to acknowledge, Sarah, your point, but also that from an overall DIMP perspective, focusing back on the purpose of this section, it was targeted at a very specific challenge that unfortunately happened with the Merrimack Valley incident. And I would just, again, I guess, reiterate to PHMSA to keep that focus specific there. And as an operator regulated by 3 different states, we are always having those questions asked of how are you doing your DIMP plan better? How are you incorporating new threats? How can you take this an additional step? And that really speaks to that continuous improvement aspect of DIMP that I believe is already baked into that subpart. So like I said, maybe I ended with a statement. I should have ended with a question, but the question that I had was more specific and just understanding, seeking to understand PHMSA's inclusion of the plastics.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. We will take another look at the mandate. I know there was an explicit reference to cast iron mains. I'm assuming, we were looking at that from the perspective of we do know that there are other pipe vintages with known integrity issues. We do have some other statutory provisions that require consideration of those risks in your inspection and maintenance plans, but we will go back and take a look at whether and to what extent it's appropriate to limit that to cast iron main and to include other pipe with known integrity risks. And then on Sarah's point, I do think this was covered by Kevin, system knowledge being a foundational principle for DIMP. I do think we may have a discussion about some things related to records this afternoon that would come back on that point, but I do think the point you make about system knowledge is a good one.
Other comments? Questions? Mr. Zamrin.
Thank you, Chad Zamrin with Williams. I just wanted to make a couple comments just for the record, and even kind of the way it was described. I want to make it clear, in the work that we've done over now more than 2 decades in defining threats, age is not a threat. Age is a factor to be determined under different threats, but it is not a threat. I think there's very extensive research that and published kind of work on identifying the unique threats to systems. I also think that it'd be worth going back and looking at the NPRM and making sure that overpressure is not viewed as a new threat category, because that's also not a threat. That is an outcome of something that happened. It could have been incorrect operations. It could have been, something that, if you look at the threat categories, it's not a new threat. It is a event that occurs as a result of something that went wrong. And so I just want to make it clear, when I read through kind of the NPRM, both of those kind of came across as almost defining new threat categories, when I think we want to stick to the decades of work that's been done, the published standards, and just want to make it clear that age is not a threat under the other threat category. It is not a threat. It is a factor that can be considered in a lot of different analyses, but overpressure of a system is not an other threat category. It is a outcome of, let's make sure, again, kind of what we said in the first round, focus on the actual cause, the thing that leads to the bad outcome. Those are the threats that are defined in the standards that we follow. Thank you.
Mrs. Lyle.
Sarah Gooder-Lyle, CGA. I'd like to amend what I said based on what Chad just said, which is very important, which is not to focus on the outcome, right? The outcome isn't the risk. The outcome is the result. So for instance, again, just because I used mapping and knowing your system as the example, knowing your system is what we need to look at. What happens because you don't know it is the outcome, which could be an overpressurization, a dig, whatever the it is. But we need to be careful that we're not focusing on what the result of not knowing is as a category, because we can't control the outcome if we can't control the input.
Ms. David.
Hi, Kim David. I also just wanted to make the point in regards to age that it shouldn't be a qualifier. It should be leaks. I mean, if you have a system that you're having consistent leaks no matter what the age is, then that's the true threat that you need to evaluate. And I was also a little confused about the overpressurization on a low pressure system, because you would have to intentionally overpressurize it for it to be a threat. So a low pressure system should be the same pressure in the system that's going into the home. So I had some concern about us putting that in as a threat, because the threat is that somebody could overpressurize the system. So it's not the system itself.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Brooks Tate, PHMSA. Just for clarifying the threat of overpressurization, that is mandated by the statute, where the statute reads, the risks that could lead to or result from the operation of a low-pressure distribution system at a pressure that makes the operation of any connected and properly adjusted low-pressure gas burning equipment unsafe, as determined by the Secretary, which is also already required by Part 192.623. So maybe the threat is not labeled overpressurization, but the threat is causing undue, unsafe practices on downstream piping. So just to clarify that overpressurization threat, which rudimentary it is in statute, but under different nomenclature. Thank you.
Ms. David, do you have a follow-up? Mr. Taylor?
Chad, you want to speak up first? I'll let Chad defer to Chad, and he can respond directly.
Yeah, thanks. Chad Zameron Williams. I just want to be clear, what you just described is I think, specificity does matter. That is the threat of incorrect operations. The overpressure event is the outcome of incorrect operations. If you look at the defined threats, incorrect operations is one of the 21 defined threats. We do not need to create a new threat category called overpressurization. It is the outcome of certain incorrect operations. That's the threat. That's the root cause you want to go after to avoid lots of different bad outcomes, including one that could be overpressuring of a system. So I think we're probably, not a lot of daylight, but I do think there is a construct that exists that we've wired all of our integrity management programs around that clearly defines the threats and make sure that we're attacking the root causes that lead to bad outcomes like overpressurizing a system. And I think what the mandate is not saying is that this is a new threat category. Make sure you're addressing incorrect operations that could lead to an overpressurization. So I just want to make it clear that's what I'm trying to articulate. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Eric Taylor. Building off exactly what Chad just said, I was going to say the same thing. The only addition I'll say is the equipment failure. So those two in combined would have the potential of overpressurization. So if you've targeted the equipment failure and incorrect operations, you've addressed that threat.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. I think it might be helpful then on the last bullet, if we could put a comma and add particularly with respect to, and we could get your feedback on, it sounds like you've got some topics, age, overpressure, incorrect operation, maybe put a list there just to make sure we're using appropriate terminology and referring to those things. I think that would go a long way to addressing the concern.
Sarah Gurlau, CGA. I was just going to support what Chad said, right? In Brooks, what you wrote was threat of, not overpressurization. And I think that's the challenge that some of us on this side are having, is it's not the overpressurization that's the risk. It's what's causing the threat of it.
Additional comments or questions? Is there wordsmithing going on? Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I would change incorrect operation of design to incorrect operation and equipment failure. Those are the two specific threats that would be the potential cause of the overpressurization. Thank you.
Additional edits? Mr. Taylor.
In an effort to move us along, unless nobody else has any comments, I will motion to vote. And I can read it again if I need to, unless we have any other. So, since motioning to vote, proposed rule as published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding DIMP threats, risk evaluation, and ranking and exclusion of small LPG operators are technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable in the light of the additional information presented and committee discussion. If PHMSA reconsider the scope of materials based on the mandate, clarify and limit the scope of notification and no objection requirements, and ensure amendments are consistent with DIMP principles and terminology, particularly with respect to age, overpressurization, and threats of incorrect operation and equipment failure.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. David seconded. Any discussion before the vote? Saylor, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. I will now begin the roll call. David Chisla.
Yes.
Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce.
Yes.
Mary Zanter,
Yes.
Terry Turpin,
Yes.
Robert Mitchell,
Yes.
Kevin Lang,
Yes.
Matt Stennett,
Yes.
Eric Taylor,
Yes.
Chad Zamrin,
Yes.
Sarah Magruder Lyle,
Yes.
and John Wolf.
Yes.
And it is approved unanimously.
And not just on time, but under time.
We are 10 minutes early, keeping up a good pace here.
Bobby, on to the next.
Sure, thank you. Bobby Pyanen again with PHMSA. All right, so now we're on to O&M manuals. So the mandate for these provisions required distribution operators to have procedures for responding to overpressurization indications and including a management of change process for significant changes, also ensuring relevant qualified personnel such as a engineer, subject matter expert review, and certify construction plans. So in the proposal, this was relatively straightforwardly implemented in that the proposal looked for operators to update their O&M plans to have procedures for responding to investigating and correcting overpressurization indications, and also setting out a specific course of action in order for operations for reducing pressure, shutting down the flow of gas in the event of one of these incidents. It also established a management of change process for distribution operators in that they need to implement detailed processes for changes related to technology, equipment, procedural, and organizational changes. There'll be more on that in a second. At costs, this was a large cost driver of the rule, almost $43 million, but with the benefits of reducing risk caused by human factors and communication silos, and also ensuring public safety by avoiding overpressurizations. For the comments we received on these items for overpressurization response specifically and consistent with the mandate, and I think this goes back to part of the earlier problem identified by committee members with some of the clauses in the mandate. PHMSA would be considering adding that as necessary clause here to provide operators with flexibility if it is a necessary action they need to be taking. For the management of change procedures, based off of comments, we would be considering limiting the requirements to significant changes that would be consistent with the statute. I believe the intent of the list of the changes as proposed was to put a little meat on the bones of what PHMSA would consider significant, but also understanding that there can be operator flexibility there with operators knowing their systems, that a return to significant might be prudent. We also saw the need for potentially needing to establish some exclusions, including exclusions for emergency work or simple in-kind replacement work that doesn't require design plans. And then commenters noted that we, as proposed, required a subpart N person to review and certify construction plans. But as the review of construction plans are not a covered task, specifically reverting that back to the statutory language of a PE or a subject matter expert. And so that concludes the brief on that. So Drew, I turn it back to you and the committee for discussion, response, vote.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Stennett.
So I agree with Chad that MOC is one of, if not the most important thing we can talk about here regarding Merrimack Valley and the true root causes. So I think we need to make sure we get this right. However, I am a distribution-only operator, so I've never done MOC before. It's not something we had in our transmission wing. Shortly after this happened, we implemented or tried to implement MOC process within our company, and are still honestly struggling to do it because it's just such a big, wide encompassing thing. And we're really struggling, just to be frank, with what's significant. And we could very quickly get bogged down in doing an MOC for every little change that could be significant. You know, just trying to think through that. So I'd really suggest, I appreciate PHMSA taking away any specifics and leaving things open to letting us decide what's best for our system. But limiting the scope of this would really be helpful. Saying, okay, the issue is overpressure protection, or a change in where that introduces a new risk of overpressurization. We don't care about your cathodic protection system changing right now. Yes, that's important, and you should keep a handle on that. But we're not mandating an MOC process for cathodic protection. We're focused on where's complex work and where is that risk of overpressurization happening. That's where MOC should be focused. And just giving us some more guidance on that would be helpful. Second, I just have to state for the record the difference between large operators and small. It's not uncommon for APGA members to have one guy in the field, one lady in the office, and they look at this and say, what do I do with MOC? I mean, who am I going to tell if I change something? It's only me. Or there's 3 guys sitting around a picnic table every week. And it's just a total, like PSMS, it's a valuable process, but it needs to be completely different for small operators. And I'm struggling with how to do that in code, honestly.
Mr. Zamarin.
Thank you. Chad Zamarin Williams. I do want to maybe just address this discussion because I do think it is important. And I do think you want to make sure that the regulations leave the room for operators to determine significance. But I do think MOC is an incredibly important part of the improvements that have been added to safety management systems and to the regulations. And I think that where it gets misapplied is, I think, the concern that maybe is being raised. We are looking for needles in haystacks. I mean, these are very rare situations that are very unique conditions that lead to failures. We've got literally millions of miles of pipeline, and we're trying to figure out what would cause an incident. And you don't want MOC to mean you're going to analyze every piece of hay to find the needle. And that is very important to understand. And it's oftentimes the most misapplied use of MOC. We see people get excited about doing hundreds or thousands of MOCs. And if everything is an MOC, you know, and this is often misapplied, then nothing is significant because you don't figure out what the real needle in the haystack is. But I do think the practice of directing operators to identifying those significant changes that have the most, you know, potential impact or likelihood to lead to a bad outcome. In this case, I think it does need to be pretty focused on, I think the intent of the law was overpressurization. And so what are the changes? Is a project being implemented that has the significant potential to lead to an overpressurization event? The MOC should be, you know, followed. And what management of change is, it's to identify the significant change and then communicate that that change is being made to those that could be affected or that have to take action to avoid the bad outcome. And I do think it's really easy in the regulations to get very specific and even then in enforcement to want to drive lots of MOC activity. But I can tell you that the real benefit of it, having even been involved, I was there when we wrote the original standard for management of change. It is all about identifying only those significant changes that have the potential to lead to really, really bad outcomes and events. And if you don't get that right on the front end, you end up doing lots of MOC and none of it matters. It just becomes noise and you're not actually finding the real signal, which is what you're trying to find. So I don't have any specific here, but as you read through the language, I think making sure that that principle is something where operators are applying MOC to just those things that really warrant a lot of attention, because that's the point, and not, you know, driving a regulation that just floods us with a lot of noise and we lose the signal. And so just something to think about as you think about the final language for MOC, because I do think it very often gets misunderstood and misapplied. I have a very small just comment, and it may not matter, but in the mandate on the prior section where it talked about immediately reducing or immediately shutting down a facility in the event of an overprotection, the mandate says if necessary. I don't know if that is significant. That's not in the regulation. And so just something to consider, that there's probably a reason why the law says if necessary. And so I don't know if there was an intentional elimination of that phrase, but I think words matter in law, and that was in the law and is not in the regulation. Thank you.
Mr. Tate, do you have a comment to that? No. Okay. Mr. Mitchell.
Robert Mitchell, GPA Midstream. We do a lot of MOCs in our plants, and just to kind of follow up, if you bog that process down with reams of paperwork, your operators, employees, they begin to kind of drift. And MOC is, it's state of mind. And if you can train your employees to act in that state of mind, they'll apply that as they go through their daily tasks, even if they don't have to fill out a paperwork. So I think it's important to limit it to the overpressurization and not expand it to the point, but your employees will pick that up as they go, and they'll apply that to their daily routines. So,
Mrs. Lyle?
Sarah Margaret Lyle, CGA, and I think what you said, Robert, just hit the nail on the head about what I was going to say, which is there seems to be a little, we're conflating change management, the ability to address change at a higher level, with management of change, which is very specific to specific incidents or potential, right, scenarios that are significant. And what Robert said is exactly right. The state of mind is the important part, right, which is driven by the management philosophy of leadership. It's not driven by a specific MOC for one incident. And I think that's the challenge that's being identified, is if you put an MOC on everything, that's actually not helpful. It's there's the change management, the ability to, arm your employees with the confidence to look at the system and look at the variables, versus a management of change, which is about a specific issue at a specific time. But those have to go hand in hand, and you can't make an MOC the philosophical management component of a company and how that works.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. I think we have a good sense of what the committee doesn't want us to do. It's to require management of change for everything. I think what would be helpful in terms of the significance discussion, if maybe you could, one, kind of point us in a direction, significant as to what. It sounds like people are talking about consequences or incidents. I'll defer to you on that. And then maybe some other concepts and sort of how some of the companies are making their significance determinations. That would really be helpful for us to kind of point us in the right direction.
Mr. Taylor?
So I don't know if I'll be able to answer Keith's immediate questions there, but as a transmission operator that has been implementing 192.13 time frame, right now the proposed was 1 year. I think giving distribution operators the time to build the systems, train the folks, determine what falls in, what is, maybe that's significant, maybe there's some evaluation processes that they would determine as significant to their system versus maybe other operators. But certain things, maybe if it is design changes, if they're going to change out some of these facilities, if there's things of that nature that would be significant changes that they would want to capture. But just making sure that more of a 2-year time frame would make more sense to allow the procedures to be developed, the system to be developed, to the trainings to take place, to be able to work that into their company to build that understanding of what should be a significant change and how that's going to be captured through an MOC process.
Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. So maybe just two items. One gets in the weeds a little bit, but it's hard not to get in the weeds on some of these items. The proposed NPRN language uses a term order of operations, and when it's describing how operators are supposed to address procedural manual changes around overpressurization. And I think I see that personally as somewhat problematic because there is so many different types of situations that may arise. We talked a little bit this morning about the uniqueness of operators and low pressure systems and how those low pressure systems may change and vary from one operator or region to another. So I think the industry provided some comments on the docket that drove to try to strike that language and make it such that we're responding to the overpressurization without having this caveat of providing like an order of operations on how we're providing that response, if you will. And the second piece, just attempting to address the question about significant, again, not trying to get into specific words here, but I think we provided some good commentary in our comments about some suggested language changes that would speak to, I believe, what the mandate's trying, the essence of what the mandate's trying to capture, and aligning the term significant with how it may be used in other parts of the code as well. And maybe I'll leave my comments there for right now.
Mr. Zamrin.
Thank you, Chad Zamrin Williams. And I actually think there's a lot of cases where it's the operator's burden to define significance, and then we're, inspected and evaluated and enforced if we don't get that, right. And so I don't know that you have to define that because this is performance-based. There's so many different unique situations, so many different types of operators with different systems of different design. So I think you got to be careful there. But I do want to point this out. I think we should also have language here to go back to the mandate because I think this is a great example. The way that the mandate was written, it said management of change is required for to be applied for significant technology changes and equipment, procedure, organizational changes. And then when you look at the NPRM, it dropped the word significant. Like that matters, right? That's what we need to stop doing. I mean, the law was clear. We want to go after significant changes. When you drop the word significant, you risk what I described earlier. Everything becomes an MOC and nothing is important. And so I think those are the places where we got to go back to the mandate, understand what we were trying to address. There are then, and I actually think this is one of the laws, the updates to the law that was written, and not just in this section, really with a lot of detail. And so you could almost, they actually use the language that's in the management of change standards that we follow in other parts of the code. And so clearly, good work was done, and this is actually pretty specific law language. But then, like we often do, we go into the rule and there's a lot of additional kind of language that was added beneath that. But when you say management of change, I mean, the way the law was written, that's how, if you go read the standard for management of change, it's significant technology and equipment, procedure, organizational changes. Like that's, I think, what you want to stay focused on. The NPRM expands that pretty significantly. So again, I think this idea of going back to the mandate and trying to stay consistent with what the law was requiring, I think is good practice to keep reminding ourselves in these slides and these votes. Thank you.
So Keith Coyle, PHMSA. So just on the back and forth of the conversation, what I'm hearing so far is it doesn't sound like the committee is wild about us trying to come up with a definition of significant, which I think would just be important or something like that. I think what it sounds like we're looking for is some kind of process to come up with what is significant, or what our Canadian friends would call a process to come up with what's significant. But, and in that, are there factors that you think we should look at? Is there something in an industry standard that we should be incorporating by reference? Just a little bit more direction would be helpful.
Mr. Zamrin.
Thank you, Chad Zammer. Just to respond to that, again, I think significant is an important term, and it I think has a lot of areas where operators have defined significance. I mean, I'll give you an example. You know, we identify life critical safety rules. Like those are when we hear the word significant, I think maybe it's addressed through an FAQ. I don't know. I think you got to be careful trying to create a process or create specificity in code language around what significant is, because it's truly the job of the operator to look at their system and say, what are the significant changes? What are the changes? I mean, the way I define it is, what are the things that could lead to something happening that would, you know, again, I don't want to suggest a definition, but it's something that's meaningful, that could risk life and property at a level that we have to mitigate. But I do think I personally think that's already in the word, which is why it having been dropped, I think also makes a statement that, okay, this applies to everything, not just the important things. But I'm not sure I'm advocating for a process or a definition. What I typically advocate for is that operators hear the word significant. They have to determine what are the things that could cause really bad outcomes. PHMSA has already a process of coming in and saying, hey, I saw this at another operator. You don't have this in your MOC. Update it. And if you don't, we might have a problem, you know, and that's kind of in practice how it tends to work. So I don't know if you need to define it or create a new process. Frankly, I just think if you put the language of the mandate into the code, you would accomplish a lot, and it would focus on significant management of change. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Yep. Eric Taylor. Just the addition to what Chad said, we already have 192.13D for transmission, has significant. So I would think we just mimic the same type of processes we've already implemented for the transmission side. And then again, as a transmission operator, I'm defining internally what significant would mean to me, what kind of changes I would be implementing through the MOC process. So just somehow my phone's recording something. So anyway, yeah, but just thinking through that piece of what the significant changes would be there.
Let's take Mr. Sinnott first.
Just to go back, I'm also not advocating for you to define significant. I like the idea of us, the burden being on us. I was more advocating for what you've already done up here, is focusing the rule on changes that affect overpressure related risks. So I think that line accomplishes what I was concerned about.
Dave Cheslow representing NAPSR. I just wanted to build on what Eric was saying, and I raised my tent card before he spoke, but I wanted to just reiterate now what he said, and that is we have one regulation that addresses management of change, and to add the existing requirements that are proposed to 192.13 and not have multiple rules that address the same issue.
Other comments, questions? Ms. Zanter.
This is Mary Zanter. One of the things that we haven't talked much about is the section on personnel, whether it's an engineer or other subject matter expert, about reviewing and certifying the modifications and replacements. And it references that would be put under subpart N, and I believe subpart N is the OQ section. And this particular item I don't believe fits necessarily within OQ because of the definition of a covered task in OQ. So there might be a better place for that to go.
Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Kevin Lang, representing AGA. Just to maybe build off of what Mary was just mentioning, within the joint industry comments, we actually made a suggested edit to that exact point to try to redirect back to what we believed was the intent of the mandate and not create a potential confusion with subpart N and OQ requirements. Because I would argue, depending on the task, it may not be an operator qualified task. Not to get into the broader conversation about PE versus SME, but I appreciate that PHMSA recognized that in this case it could be either, and some of those tasks are not necessarily tasks that are performed by a qualified individual under the sense of subpart N, but rather somebody that has inherent knowledge of how to design pressure control systems, how to design tie-ins for facilities, how to execute those plans, and understand when modifications to those designs may be needed, and how that may impact the system. And I'm trying not to blend that into the broader management of change conversation, but I think there is a kind of a holistic component of that as well.
Mr. Samron.
Thank you, Chad Zamrin Williams. Yep, just want to build on that. I mean, if you go back to the mandate, I thought it's, and you use that language in the NPRM up until the point where then it kind of points you to OQ standards, which I don't think apply here. And so I think it's a pretty good definition of what constitutes a qualified person if you read the mandate and then the language that you have leading up to that point. So I think this last bullet captures it, but I do endorse the fact that I think it's clear that it has to be a qualified person. OQ, for those that aren't, involved, I mean, that's typically, operator training for someone who's going to turn a valve or, do some kind of more operational activity that requires training and certification and, on the job work and all sorts of different activities. This is a design and, engineering process. We typically would not, we define what qualifies someone to do that work. We don't put them through the OQ program. So I think that would be I think a good thing to look at. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Anybody want to read the voting slide? Mr. Stennett.
I'll save Eric from doing it again. I move that we vote the proposed rule is published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analyses regarding overpressure response procedures and MOC plans is technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable in light of the additional information presented and committee discussion. If PHMSA better define the scope consistent with the mandate by clarifying how an operator determines what constitutes a significant change consistent with other standards, and focusing the rule on changes that affect overpressure-related risks, and consider a 2-year implementation timeline.
This is Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. I would second.
Thanks, Chad Zamrin Williams. There was a third bullet on there. Did we want to keep that bullet? I thought I just saw, or was that on the other slide for suggestion? It was one of the suggestions. Okay, so we're on the record then, and I assume that's good enough. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Saylor, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Sailor Plabrica PHMSA. I'll now begin the roll call. David Chisla. Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce.
Yes.
Mary Zanter.
Yes.
Terry Turpin.
Yes.
Robert Mitchell.
Yes.
Kevin Lang.
Yes.
Matt Stennett.
Yes.
Eric Taylor.
Yes.
Chad Zamrin.
Yes.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle.
Yes.
And John Wolf.
Yeah. Yes.
And it is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We are going to move now on the agenda to item 7, the presence of qualified personnel. It's a 30-minute timeline, and our lunch is not going to arrive until about 10 after 12, so we have time to finish that before we move forward. So if we could Bobby, if we can move to 7, please.
Sure thing. Thanks, Drew. Bobby Painen with FEMSA. So now we're on to the presence of qualified personnel. The mandate required a qualified person monitor gas pressure with equipment capable of ensuring proper pressure controls during any construction project with potential to cause overpressurization, except on district regulator stations with monitoring or remote automatic shut-off ability. And so the way PHMSA looked to implement this was to have operators identify these construction activities presenting risks of overpressurization, make sure they had a Subpart N qualified person on site to monitor pressure and control potential overpressurization, including the exemptions for the systems with remote monitoring or automatic shutoff valves. And this also was a large cost driver of the rule at almost $35 million a year total annualized costs, with the benefit of safeguarding the public from overpressurization events. The comments were largely supportive of how we implemented this, if I am recalling correctly. There were a few issues. So based off comments and consistent with the mandate, we are considering removing the specific requirement for that personnel to have stop work authority. The mandate doesn't mention that. They mention just the ability to be able to control the pressure and not necessarily have that stop work authority. So we would look to cut that back to the mandate. And then also there were some questions as to, well, what if I have like other construction utilities in the area and they're putting in, you know, fiber optic cables and it's not related to the pipeline? Do I have an exemption for that type of work, or is that included? And so we would look to consider limiting the requirement to construction activity excluding third-party work not related to the pipeline. And Drew, that is all for that. So turn it back over for Q&A, caucus, discussion, and vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Lyle.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle, CGA. So in the interest of what we just talked about in the broader context of what the culture and you know, philosophy is at your industry around safety, if you have to have control, why would you want to remove the stop work authority? Because if you are concerned you do not have control of what is happening, wouldn't you want to have the ability to stop the work to mitigate a potential risk? That's one. And then the second one is, and I know that, you know, I've talked to a lot of people here over my time at CGA about, you know, third-party damages, and it is, I'd like to talk about that one a little bit more, because the challenge is that this mandate may not be the right one, but there have been more than a few incidents recently where there has been a damage and there's been a challenge with not being able to control the scene, which is a little bit beyond just what we're talking about here with overpressurization. But I think that also goes to how we are treating this, because, you know, we've talked about OQ, MOC, all of these things that exist in this industry, but do not exist in the ones that are operating in and around your assets. And so that's just a word of caution to level set where we are with the amount of construction that's happening right now. But if there is a challenge with your asset, then what is the response there, and how would this impact that?
Mrs. Zanter.
This is Mary Zanter. So one of the thoughts that I have with the stop work authority. Sometimes stopping work isn't the right answer to resolving a problem. And so in my mind, that would be a good reason to remove that stop work authority, because it's not always the best case to just stop doing what you're doing. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, and this is maybe off topic, but having under pressure is a concern as well as overpressure. So if you're under pressuring a system, you potentially lose customers, and it's a whole nother scenario. So that kind of goes along with the stop work. It's really, you need to adapt work maybe rather than stop.
Mr. Stennett.
Going off topic for just a minute here, the stop work thing is a little confusing to me because all my employees have that authority when it comes to safety. It's just
That's why I don't understand. I mean, I know it's not always, this is Sarah from, it's not always the right answer, but they should always have the option.
but I don't think it's required by code.
Okay.
I don't. I think we do it anyway, and maybe we don't communicate that enough. But my subject more, I think the second bullet gets at this, but I just wanted to make clear the mandate talks about, yeah, you got to have somebody there to monitor pressures when there's something going on that could risk overpressurization. And that talks about work not related to the pipeline. We do a lot of work related to the pipeline that there's no risk of overpressurization. I mean, tapping a new service or extending a main or anything. Do we really need to do a documented evaluation of every time we extend a 2-inch main to say that, yeah, we don't need a guy to monitor that? That seems like the MOC idea that we're just creating more paperwork. So I think just adding some clarity, again, not telling you what not to do, but more adding something about limiting to construction activity where a risk of overpressurization occurs.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, one follow-up on the stop work authority. I am not aware of us having that required anywhere in code, and I'm not sure that this is the right door to open that with, because I can see other problems if you require it here and don't require it in other places. That could be a challenge, and then I do feel like that's probably too far in the weeds for what we should be doing on this role.
Mr. Lang.
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas, representing AGA. Just maybe adding some flavor to that topic. And Keith, I appreciate the comments, and Sarah, the original question. At Southwest Gas, we very much encourage stop work for our contractors, for our employees, for a variety of different activities, and the focus there is physical safety. It's the safety of the individual doing the work, so that and just to maybe describe philosophy a little bit here, and not trying to be all inclusive, but if I know I'm doing some kind of work and I look and I go, that we're lifting a reg station and that rigging just doesn't look right to me. Maybe I've never been in that situation before. The whole attitude is, hey, let's stop, have a quick opportunity to talk as a group before we just take the actions. And I think my focus, just looking at this again from a compliance perspective, is the original language said described in this section, and that would then apply it to basically everything that operators have the potential to do. So I think, Keith, going back to your point, or at least what I believe was your point, I appreciate PHMSA's perspective on this, because I think it is all inclusive, whereas generally speaking, the intention of a stop work program is more OSHA safety, physical safety. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be applied in other situations that I think operators do, but it creates a potential, conflict in how that would be applied specific to pipeline safety regulations across all of an operator's O&M manual.
Mr. Zamarin.
Thank you, Chad Zamarin Williams. I'll start by qualifying that I'm not a distribution operator, but I do think, and it may not be appropriate in the code, but I actually, did not have issue with this. Stop work authority is, I think, an important. This is all about having a qualified person monitoring action that could lead to an overpressurization event. And if I would hope maybe it's just implied that that person has the authority to stop work that's inconsistent with, what would potentially, cause a problem. And so I think whether you have it in there or not, I think generally stop work authority is viewed as a best practice that any qualified employee that sees something that is not right, whether that's a personnel issue, safety issue, or something that's done to a facility, they should have the authority to stop the work. Maybe that opens up a much bigger issue to put it in this particular part of the code. But I think if you look at safety management systems, if you look at best practices across industry, I don't want it to be interpreted that if we remove it or vote to have it removed, that I think it's not a best practice, because it is a best practice. Thank you.
Keith Quayle, PHMSA, just to follow up, I don't have any problem with operators that have stop work authority. I think that's perfectly fine. I think my biggest concern is this would be a new concept that we have never applied anywhere else. And before we take that leap, I just want to make sure that we're not opening a door that we're going to have to, think about this requirement on all of our rules going forward. That's my biggest concern.
Mr. Mitchell.
Robert Mitchell, GPA Midstream. This individual has one sole purpose. He's there to monitor the pressure. And so he has the authority to close the valves or do anything. It's just implied him being there. He's not supervising the job or distracted or unloading. He's got one thing on his mind, so he has that authority.
Mr. Quayle. Oh. Anyone else have comments or questions? Are we ready for a motion? Mr. Taylor.
Since I see nobody else raising their card wanting to read the slide, I can read the slide and make the motion. All right, so the slide as it's proposed, the proposed rule as published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding the provisions related to the presence of qualified personnel is technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion.
Chad Zamarin, I'll second.
Mr. Zamarin has seconded. Any discussion? If not, Saylor, please call the roll.
Thank you. Saylor Palabrico, PHMSA. I will now begin the roll call. David Chisla.
Yes.
Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce.
Yes.
Mary Zanter.
Yes.
Terry Turpin.
Yes.
Robert Mitchell.
Yes.
Kevin Lang.
Yes.
Matt Stennett.
Yes.
Eric Taylor.
Yes.
Chad Zamarin.
Yes.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle.
Yes.
And John Wolf.
Yes.
It is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. So the motion passes. We are now going to go to number 8 on your agenda, pressure control records. This also has a 30-minute clock, which will take us right up to lunch. And so, Bobby.
Thank you again, Drew. Bobby Painen, PHMSA. All right, so on to pressure control records. The mandate was to require each distribution operator identify and manage traceable, reliable, and complete records critical to ensuring proper pressure controls, updating them as needed, collecting other records on an opportunistic basis, and making them accessible to personnel responsible for performing or overseeing relevant work. If you consider when the rule was proposed in 2023, knowing that we had come off of all of the gas transmission work, related to MAOP confirmation, 192.607 material verification, the opportunistic process of collecting records there. I'm sure you understand that there was a lot of cribbing off of that work, and you see a lot of similarities. So the way that that gets implemented in the proposal is, instead of a traceable, reliable, and complete record standard, we looked back to the traceable, verifiable, and complete standard that we discussed extensively within the RIN 1 Safety of Gas Transmission Rule and in the preamble of that rule. Also, taking a look at that opportunistic data collection, the 607-like process, where operators, if they don't have the records, they need to establish procedures for going and collecting those missing records on an opportunistic basis. And then, of course, to complete that bit of the mandate, making all of those records accessible to certain personnel, retaining those records for the life of the pipeline, and updating them as needed. So one of the things that we want to try to assure people on is, we went with TVC because we had that, partially established in the gas transmission rule. I'm not sure that we felt it wise to have a TRC standard for distribution pipelines and a TVC for transmission pipelines. But we reiterate, and will continue to reiterate in the final rule, that essentially we believe these to mean functionally the same thing. The traceable, it can be clearly linked to original information about the system. Verifiable, like reliable, means the record is authentic, confirmable, and verifiable by complementary documentation, and then complete, shown by a signature date or corporate stamp. The costs for this were another large one within the NPRM at about $24.3 million, with benefits of reduced risk of overpressurizations and quicker shut-off responses. So based on comments, and like I just said, PHMSA will be continuing to provide that traceable, verifiable, and complete has the same functional meaning as traceable, reliable, and complete. And also, noting that because of the echoes of the gas transmission, MAOP reconfirmation, and 607 material verification, we are not extending those provisions to gas distribution operators. Operators don't get looped in. Distribution operators do not get looped into 607 through this opportunistic record making and keeping process. Just want to make sure no one is worried about that, because that was not an intent. Moving on. So Drew, that's the close of the brief, and so would be happy to turn it over to you and the committee for Q&A, caucus, discussion, and vote.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor.
So based off of some of the comments, one of the reasons maybe that there was a desire to have the TRC versus TVC would be the opportunity for a single record. I think we've seen several instances where TVC can be one record, most recently Fifth Circuit decision, but just making sure it's clear that TVC would be one record for transmission and distribution that would meet that intent and that expectation. So just making sure that's clear in the final rule that TVC would allow one single record to be used to demonstrate that you're meeting that requirement.
Mr. Lang.
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas, representing AGA. Maybe just building on Eric's point on clarifying that intent around TVC, or traceable, verifiable, complete, versus traceable, reliable, and complete from the mandate. I find this often, and not to pick on our friends in the States, but words matter, right? And a lot of the conversations that we have across the table during audits are, the code says X, and we use something different in our procedures, and there's this debate about what's the intent. And a lot of times, I'm training my compliance team to go back to the preamble of the rule, and sometimes even to go to transcripts from the PAC meeting to look at, this is the conversation, this is what we talked about, and that helps to kind of reframe it, right? So again, I don't want to get into a debate over words necessarily, but I think it would be helpful from my perspective. A reliable document is generally one that it's from a trusted source, right? Whereas a verifiable document or fact is provable. I have it here in my hand, and I think going back to Eric's point, as long as we can get to a point here where in the final rule language it minimizes any kind of regulatory uncertainty for down the road, where operators are trying to defend what records they have for pressure control devices specifically. I think that would be helpful. And my other comment speaks a little bit to the specificity of and the scope of this section of the rule. Just trying to assure that we can keep that language specific to really pressure control records specifically, and what those records are. I'm not asking PHMSA to define that necessarily, but I would think as an operator, Southwest Gas can make a determination that these are the records that we need to be able to prove that this regulator station, this pressure control device meets the requirements that we have outlined in our procedures. And I guess my thought process there for the committee to consider is, if somebody else was looking at that, are they going to get a different perspective? So how can we add that certainty, stay in line like we've done throughout this morning with the scope of the regulatory mandate, but also not get too prescriptive in I'm going to call it the universe of different records that may be required under this section.
Thank you, Mr. Stinnett.
So to build on that some, I think our joint comments that we already submitted have lots of suggestions on that language and how we could do that to make it more comfortable for us to be able to respond. So some of the big ones are the NPR mentions collecting information for regulators. Can't we call those district regulators, just to say we don't need to collect information on every single house regulator we have out there? That would be kind of crazy. And making that information, the way I read the NPRM, was available to all employees or the general public. How about employees where that matters, or that are in the middle of that project, or some wording like that? I mean, the general public doesn't need to know the location of my sense lines or whatever that might be. Just narrowing that down some.
Mrs. Lyle.
San Margaret Lyle, CGA. I just want to make my plea again for, whether it's traceable, verifiable, and complete, or traceable, reliable, complete. Knowing where your assets are, the fundamental, building block to a safe system, whether it's a pressure control issue, a valve issue, a whatever the it is issue. And, I know, even if you're looking at the traceable language, right, clearly linked to the original information about the system, that's often a challenge with legacy systems. But those often can be the ones that are the most challenging. So I just, I want to be on the record saying that, that the maps of the systems are the cornerstone of making sure that they're operating safely, because if you don't know what you have, then you don't know where you're going to have a pressure issue. You don't know where you're going to have a valve issue. You don't know where you may have a leak, well beyond just this particular issue. But it is the foundation of ensuring that you have a safe system.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. One thing to highlight for the committee, and I haven't dug into this all that deeply, if there is a difference between verifiable and reliable, we will go with reliable. Because the statute is pretty clear about the term that it wants to use, as much as I would like to have a consistent phraseology throughout the regulation. So if there are members of the committee who want to say something about the differences between those two things, now would be a good time. Or we already have some input on that. I just wanted to put that out there, that in terms of, that's one of the ones where I'm not quite sure that the risk would be worth it if we think there is any difference.
Mr. Zamrin.
Thanks, Chad Zamrin Williams. Yeah, I mean, on that note, look, we spent a ton of time on records and the definition of TVC, and I'm not sure that I can honestly say that Congress was thinking about a different definition. And so I generally think that there was a lot of good work that went into addressing issues related to not having good records or not having complete records and having to have a standard that we would accept to go out and get those. So personally, I think they can likely be recognized as the same, but again, this would now be extending that principle to something beyond the systems that, you know, I operate into the distribution world. But I think a lot of good work has gone into funneling different words about records into a pretty well-established definition that PHMSA, industry, you know, consultants, lots of people worked on for a lot of hours. So I generally think it is a good standard to be used, and I think it would be in alignment with the intent of Congress, that you guys have a very good standard for defining a good set of records. So generally speaking, I think I'd support that if that's where you end up going. Others may have other thoughts on that. But I also do want to point out, I do think on, again, going to the mandate and then going back to the language, I think this issue of, you know, records and I think this is another good example of how those should be made available. If you look at the language of the mandate was actually really, I thought, really good. It basically said make those available to people, to relevant personnel. And that may have been the intent of what was in the NPRM, but the way it was drafted, it makes it sound like make it available to all operations people, all construction people, all, you know, it just broadened the universe. So I just think, again, going back to the language in the mandate, this is a really well, I think, drafted mandate. And I think you can use a lot of the language in the mandate without having to go much more broadly, which then creates uncertainty as to what the intent really is. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Eric Taylor, maybe to be a little different than what Chad just said, or to align, however you want to interpret this, but just thinking, if we were to move forward with TVC, I think making it abundantly clear in the preamble, and if it needs to be FAQs at a later date, but that it's not material related, because the way the mandate reads is critical to ensuring proper pressure controls, where TVC is very material focused from a transmission standpoint. We know that we have proper design and materials to maintain pipeline integrity and to make sure we've got the right, that we're meeting stress requirements, other factors that way, versus this is more specific to pressure control. How are we managing that we have the right records to ensure that we have the right overpressure protection for downstream users? So that may be one reason why you may want to make it TRC versus TVC. I'm with you, Keith. I like the TVC in both scenarios, but I would make it abundantly clear if you use TVC that, okay, for distribution, it is focused on overpressure protection and making sure we've got the right information there, that we know we're properly protecting downstream customers, not material requirements.
Ms. Zanter.
This is Mary Zanter. I just want to point out that 192-605B3 addresses making construction records, maps, and operating history available to appropriate operating personnel. And so this kind of ties into that. So I guess suggesting that, I'm not sure if a new section of code would be required or if it could be enhanced under the existing section of code.
Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. Maybe just building on the TRC, TVC conversation. I think, again, there was a lot of great points made here, and I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier about words mattering. As long as we have a good, as an industry, a good way of tying back to, and I'm going to try really hard not to go back to the, I'll call it the traumas of safety of gas transmission and that conversation with MAOP reconfirmation. But as long as we have a clear guidance on things like, I have this type of regulator, it's rated for this pressure, and I have inspection records that show X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case may be, or my set point is X. I don't have to have an invoice or a material specification that goes back and says that regulator was purchased on such and such a date, and it's XYZ. I think I'm trying to be a little generic here without going into all the excruciating detail. But maybe I'll say my trauma response to seeing TVC initially was thinking about all the things that we did on the transmission side of the house with, I've got a segment of pipe in between two certified components, and I don't know what the grade is, so now I have to replace that whole section or retest the whole section, but I can't retest it, so I have to use the 607 material properties in some cases, whereas what we're talking about here again is specific to pressure control. And I think if PHMSA can find a way of doing that helps to clarify that context, I think that finds the balance. And if there's really a concern, if you will, about having this inconsistency with two different sets of nomenclature.
Mr. Stinnett.
Just an example of that. From the NPRM, it talks about collecting attributes of the regulator. That's what gets us nervous. We think attributes, we got invoices, we need material details, all those kinds of things. Just changing that wording, getting rid of the attributes part and talking about set points, design capacity, valve failure positions, those are great. That's what we need to collect. It's just when we get into the material details and saying attributes.
Ms. Davis.
Kim David from OCC. I will say from the discussions I've had with the regulators that go out and do inspections, they prefer traceable and reliable and complete wording. They were pretty adamant about it. I mean, they just were. They just thought, they felt like verifiable was more materialistic. So just coming from that angle, I just thought I'd put that out there.
Thank you. Other comments? Are we ready for Mr. Taylor?
I'd love to read the slides again. Eric Taylor, so I will motion to move forward the proposed rule as published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding collecting pressure control records that are traceable, verifiable, and complete, are technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and the practicable in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion if PHMSA clarify records available requirements consistent with the mandate and clarify the rule applies to pressure control rather than material property records.
Is there a second?
Matt Stinnett, second.
Mr. Coyle.
Just one clarification, the vote slide has the verifiable language on there. I just want to make sure that the committee is comfortable with that, or do you want to put verifiable/reliable? I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm just telling you that it appears what you're voting for is the TVC standard. If you're comfortable with that, or if folks have reservations, then this might be the time to note that.
Mr. Taylor?
I'll defer to the expert, Chad.
Mr. Expert?
Chad Zamarin, not the expert, from Williams. I think there was good discussion on this. We may want to consider just removing that and saying regarding collecting pressure control records, and removing that are TVC and let PHMSA determine based on the input that they've received today. Just might make a suggestion there.
Yeah, and I'll second that. I'm okay with making that modification. I can reread if we need to after making the change.
We got what we need? Go ahead.
All right, I'll reread. The proposed rule as published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding collecting pressure control records is technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practical in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion if PHMSA clarify records availability requirements consistent with the mandate and clarify the rule applies to pressure control rather than material property records.
Matt Stinnett, second.
Okay. Sailor, would you please take the roll?
Thank you, Sailor Palabrica, PHMSA. I'll now begin the roll call. David Chisla,
Yes.
Kim David,
Yes.
Drew Pierce,
Yes.
Mary Zanter,
Yes.
Terry Turpin,
Yes.
Robert Mitchell,
Yes.
Kevin Lang,
Yes.
Matt Stinnett,
Yes.
Eric Taylor,
Yes.
Chad Zamrin,
Yes.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle,
Yes.
and John Wolf.
Yes.
And it is approved unanimously.
Excellent. So we have finished more than our fair share before lunch. Cameron, Keith, what's the plan for lunch?
Okay, just a little instruction for lunch. We are going to take that hour break and reconvene at 1 o'clock. So just a little order of direction for the advisory committee members and maybe some extra folks. We do have some food that is set up in room 7, which is on your way to the restroom. If you go out of this door and go towards the restroom, there's a room 7 and there's food that is there. If there's anything that's left, other folks in the room may be able to partake. If folks are interested in going back out, of course, you will have to go back through security and we'll have to re-enter through security. And so we can escort folks to the exits and we'll make sure to have people there close to 1 o'clock to let you back in to continue the meeting. If you want to stay in, there's a place that is known as Arlene's that is down in the concourse, and we can escort other folks down there. There are sandwiches, there are chips, snacks. They do have like salads refrigerated down there that are available as well. And so that is pretty much where we are for lunch.
Okay, we'll break for lunch. See you back here at 1 p.m.
left-hand side, right?
Yeah. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check, check, check.
Cameron went out to check on security to see if we had any missing folks. As soon as he's back, we'll start.
Keith, I will say the quality of the images in your slides have gone up significantly.
The credit goes to the AI for that, I believe.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
they're very, very good looking slides.
Yeah, very hard to edit though. Apparently, when the AI makes it, it's harder to. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they knew me and they said cartoon-like images are good for my small mind.
Yeah,
so,
it's really well done. Yeah.
We will reconvene the Gas Pipeline Advisory Committee meeting, and it is 1:07. Because we went so quickly, we have only 2 items on the agenda left to complete. However, we are going to also let the staff review the items that they have chosen not to consider at this time. And then we'll talk about emergency response plans, and then our last will be the state inspection calculation tool. So, Bobby.
Thanks, Drew. Bobby Pinen again from PHMSA. Yeah, so I whizzed through this real quick in the beginning wind-up to the meeting, but just wanted to put it up on the screen and solidify in your minds those proposals in the NPRM that we are initially identifying as out of scope for the final rule and don't intend to necessarily carry forward, specifically around the inspection requirements in 192.305. That's with a third party inspecting work done. Record-keeping requirements in 192.517, extending those timeframes to some extent the life of the pipeline. Certain pressure tests, those requirements for reinstating service lines under 192.725. And then also harmonizing the emergency planning and response requirements in 192.615 for gathering lines specifically. And so as we have extra time, I believe it's our intention to take any questions or have committee discussion on these items if so warranted.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, just to give the committee a sense of, look, we're not saying we're never going to pursue these ideas. We're just saying we are going to focus this rulemaking proceeding on the mandates. We think that's more than enough work for us to do here. Some of these things address issues that are far outside the reach of that. We've had some good success so far moving our rulemakings when they've been more targeted. That is an approach that I'm a big fan of. I think we're going to keep doing that. So, not saying that we're never going to pursue these ideas, just for purposes of this rulemaking, we don't intend to move forward with them. Obviously, if the committee feels like they want to provide some thoughts or guidance on that, happy to hear it, but that's our plan right now.
Mr. Taylor.
I support that.
Anyone else have any comments or questions at this time? If not, before we adjourn, we can come back, and if anyone has thought of one, we'll be happy to entertain it at that time. So with that, we will go to the emergency response plans, and this one we have 70 minutes.
Bobby Jagger, or Pinen, PHMSA. So for emergency response, mandate very simply was for distribution operators to communicate following the following incidents with release of gas, and those are listed there. The proposal in the NPRM largely took these and in some cases expanded on them, notably with adding a notification of potential rupture. This, in addition to those harmonization requirements I was talking about with gathering lines, you see a lot of this was influenced by the recently at the time published valve rule. And where the mandate said shutdown of service to a significant number of customers, PHMSA, of course, set a target for that to be 50 plus customers or 50% of small systems. There will be more on that. Costs, total annualized cost for this, I think that says 1 million down there, with quicker response to reduce the impact of emergencies. As far as the communication aspect of these provisions went, the mandate required operators must establish communication with first responders as soon as practicable, beginning from the time of confirmed discovery, with the general public as soon as practicable, with information about the emergency and status of public safety, and then customers through a voluntary opt-in system. So in moving to implement that mandate in the proposal, you see again a sort of synergy with the previously published valve rule where direct immediate notification to PSAPs, public safety answering points, was proposed. Provisions for communicating with the general public throughout the emergency, including a long list of what was required in such a notification, and then the opt-in notification to customers, implementing a system allowing customers to opt in for alerts during emergencies, and that too had a long list of requirements that system had to meet. So based off of comments and consistent with the mandate, we are considering, as just discussed, we don't intend to pursue the gathering line harmonization emergency response requirements in this rulemaking, as that's out of scope. Similarly, we feel that the addition of notification of potential rupture as an emergency was not mandated, and therefore we're unlikely to continue with that. We, you know, in seeing the AGA comment where provided data showing that the threshold might be something closer to 270 customers, which is more than 50 customers. You know, perhaps there's a middle ground for that. We've been crunching some numbers on that actually within the past few weeks. But, you know, certainly, you know, maybe there's more discussion to be had as to what that customer outage threshold is. Looking to amend the requirement to communicate with the general public to specify that that should probably be the affected public, and that the general public might be a little overbroad in a lot of scenarios. Also clarifying that, you know, we don't need operators necessarily to enact their emergency response and plan procedures anytime they get an odor call, which we understand per some of the comments, some commenters were concerned about. More clearly stating that operators can use a third-party opt-in notification system. Of course, we never intended operators to need to build these from scratch. That was certainly not our intent. And then, as discussed earlier and throughout, you know, trying to cut down prescription, especially when it wasn't found in the mandate, specific to content of the public notifications and the written procedures for those opt-in notifications. And so with that, I turn it back over to Drew and the committee for Q&A, caucus, discussion, and voting.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Mr. Wolfle.
Just a few things. I'm going to base these comments on, again, John Wolf, International Association of Fire Chiefs, IFC, moving forward. Basically, some of the comments that are going to be made is that as the fire chiefs, we represent fire chiefs of rural, suburban departments, metropolitan departments, volunteer, combination, full-time. So what I'm going to say here and just some of the questions I'll be asking has to relate with that as a whole. And I can't 100% say that, speak on behalf of my counterpart who's not here, Jamie from IFF, but a lot of these comments I'll be making that we're on board we did together. So the release of the gas with a fatality, and again, a lot of this information that if an incident does happen, what is really beneficial to the first responder community, hence the community in general? What information do we really need? The one thing that, if possible, that is just as vital as information about fatalities are just injuries. You may not have a fatality, but you may have injuries. And the reason we say that, and again, this is more towards your suburban and rural fire departments where they, you know, their reflex time for getting assets together and response together is going to be much longer than a career metropolitan department. So especially if they know there's injuries or something happened, there's injuries, that they can start ramping up their response and what that's going to look like. A fatality is a fatality. I mean, no matter where that happens, that's pretty much the same procedure, same process. But when there's an injury, multi-person injury, especially in those rural areas, they really need to know that ahead of time. The distribution line, the release, unintentional release, and you're going to be discussing that. And again, that's mostly for those smaller areas, departments, that if there is a unintentional release, they need to know that ahead of time. Again, getting those assets together, those proper response planning is very key for them. Again, not so much maybe in a metropolitan area where they have the assets right away that can respond. And that's it for those two. High level.
Mrs. Lyle.
Sarah Magruder Lyle, CGA. So I just wanted to note that, right, when we talk about a pipeline emergency, this specifically, right, there are a lot of things like the notification of the general public. There's a lot of other pieces here, but I would actually pose that there's even if you look at the threshold here for the pipeline emergency, there's a scale of what that emergency is and what it might require, right? When you have a large scale emergency, notification to the public, those kinds of things, absolutely. But we've seen several instances where there have definitely been less than 50 customers impacted, and there's been a fatality. So that's certainly an emergency, but it's right, the and a fatality is after the incident's already happened, right? That's the result part of the it, right? And so in order to, I just want to make sure that we're real clear that, an unintentional release is a challenge, period, right? And it can be fatal whether it impacts one home or 50 customers or one building or whatever the it is. But not all those require the additional things outside of that to mitigate the risk, right? Certainly if you lose service to one or two homes, notifying the general public, all those things, I mean, that's not effective or useful. However, there are some other things that, along with the emergency response, need to happen and have been a failure in several instances that we've seen. Evacuate the houses, secure the scene, that is an emergency response by definition, right? And so I'm a little worried that the 50 customers, that threshold, not that, again, I'm not advocating that you have to have a full-blown all the notifications, all the public, all the things when you have an emergency. But there are certainly emergencies with much less impact on customers than this. And that with the release of gas with a fatality, once the fatalities happened, the emergency's already been in play. It's the result of the emergency.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. John, what are the differences in a response time that we might expect from a metropolitan fire department versus some of the more rural departments?
Well, I can safely say, especially in the capital region here, that hazmat response to a pipeline leak or incident, you'll probably get a full, proper response within like 10 minutes with enough personnel. Hazmat response for hazmat teams, if that's needed, maybe another 10 minutes. When you get into like your West Virginia areas or your rural areas with the volunteers or even combination department, the proper equipment and the manning to muster that scene could take up to half an hour. So that's why I say, so any type of, well, any type of incident that, that's going to take some time to get the proper people and equipment there, they need really to need to know ahead of time. And again, starting with the PSAP, that's fine. And then from there, they'll notify the proper response agency, emergency management, et cetera, et cetera.
Matt Stennett, Middle Tennessee Natural Gas. Just have some clarifying questions on these bullet points. Starting from the bottom, it says generally cutting down prescriptive requirements, which I'm fully in favor of. But just to clarify that, does that mean all from the NPRM, the prescriptive requirements at the end of 1 through 9, or does that mean some, or do we know yet?
Jeremy, I know it's PHMSA. I'll give one example. I think we're looking at this holistically to generally write the regulation well. Here, the opt-in system had a lot of additional requirements for how that would be tested and maintained and operated. So I think trying to cut down the extensiveness to what's necessary in regulatory standard. I hope that helps.
No, that's what I'm looking for. And just thinking about the small operator, all the discussion I've heard is about reverse 911 or automatic text messages and things like that. Honestly, small operators, they're going to put a link on their page that says, hey, if you want an email notification, sign up here. Or, I mean, the way I read it, a Facebook post on my Facebook page, that's opt-in. I don't know if it would meet all the prescriptive needs to be testable and those kind of things, but.
Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA, that's really interesting. Off the cuff, I think it contemplated a little bit more, the mandate seemed to contemplate a little bit more direct to a customer. But I think even the proposal had flexibility for how that would be conveyed. And also, I think as Bobby noted earlier, we would like to make clear that an operator, specifically a small operator, can use someone else's communication system and not have to develop their own and can kind of leverage those resources.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. Just to follow up on the last bullet that you talked about. So if you look at 192.615 as it's currently written, this is one of the regulations that kind of drives me crazy. It's very long. It's got includes, but is not limited to, which is entirely unhelpful. So this is an example of a regulation where people feel like if it's longer, it has to be imposing more legal requirements. I am a firm disbeliever in that principle. So what I've instructed my staff to do in writing these rules is consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. Like, what is the language that's doing the actual work? Let's keep that tight. and let's get away from a lot of the laundry listing and the examples. So I think that's kind of that's our general philosophy.
Mr. Senate.
And then lastly, I'm sure there will be further discussion on what's the right number for 50 customers, 270 customers, whatever that might be. I'd also encourage a time to be discussed. If that outage is going to be 24 hours or more, for example. If it's going to be a 6-hour outage, by the time we contact everybody, we'll have it fixed. I think that should be part of the criteria.
Mr. Wolf.
John Wolf, IFC. Following up on what Jeremy said with the opt-in, it'll behoove the group and the companies to reach out and maybe coordinate with emergency management and PSAPs, because most of them have this in place already. And there's no use of reinventing the wheel, and you don't want to have your one system putting out notifications without coordinating what they're doing at the PSAP's emergency management. So I think you need to reach out maybe first as part of the community's emergency response plan to coordinate with them to cover that. Because again, even a lot of the rural areas have that already in place.
Mr. Quayle.
Keith Quayle, PHMSA, just a quick follow-up, Matt, on your suggestion about limiting it to certain events that extend beyond a period of time. I don't know, Jeremy can correct me, I don't know how much of that information we have in the record, and maybe we can figure that out through our incident reporting data to kind of get a sense of that. But if it isn't something that you've previously commented on and you guys want to provide some information on that, I think it would be helpful.
Mr. Lang.
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas for AGA. Maybe taking a step back, and I apologize if I maybe misunderstood as PHMSA was going through the slide deck and talking about these clarifying points and what you're considering. But I'll kind of go back to one of the fundamentals that we talked about earlier this morning too, with the focus on the words and the specifics around the congressional mandate compared to some of the areas where PHMSA went a little bit broader. And one of the things in particular that I was thinking of as John was talking about coordinating with local emergency responders is, I looked at one of the specific recommendations where PHMSA was also expanding upon the mandate to add things like a natural disaster. And I think about during a natural disaster, whether that's a wildfire or we get earthquakes in my service territories, there could be other natural disasters that occur. A lot of times the local utilities are working very carefully, and they're integrated as part of that regional command or local structure, whether that's falling under some kind of national incident management system framework or it's something more ad hoc. But I think a critical point there is the utility's not the one speaking outside of everybody else's voices in, say, a natural disaster, it's an earthquake. We're generally coordinating all those efforts through that regional or local command structure, so that whether it's a public information officer that's speaking on behalf of a multi-jurisdictional command group, they have all of the information. So I guess what I'm kind of thinking through here, and maybe my thoughts are coming out a little bit more live, so I apologize for that, but it feels like those additions may add some confusion in incidents instead of what I think was PHMSA's intent of trying to get more information out to the affected public. Is there an opportunity where the rule could create some conflict with some of those existing communication structures? And I may have to defer to some of the experts there on that aspect, but that's kind of what I was hearing, John, as you were talking.
John Wolf, IFC. Yeah, so basically what you're talking about, the instance is a unified command, that the decisions is a group. But before that's established, there needs to be some type of emergency operations plan in place before. And I think that's where the industry really could be reaching out to these regional departments, especially the part of the emergency operations plan, to make sure that you're embedded properly in what that looks like. Because that's one big gap is a lot of these areas that are being addressed can be addressed ahead of time with just a robust interaction and collaboration with that municipality, including the fire department, law enforcement, EMS, et cetera, et cetera. And again, that opt-in is a perfect example, is that you should not be going off on your own to do an opt-in process when you have your emergency management of that community probably has something in place already, or if not, probably assist them or partner to do something together. Because again, when this first came over, I saw that like a few years ago, I'm thinking, oh, we sat there and said, we can see this pipeline company getting this notification system, and then emergency management has their own, and when you activate an incident, you're putting out one set of information, we're putting out another, and I said, no, this needs to be a coordinated effort.
Mrs. Lyle.
Sarah Margaret Lyle, CGA. I just wanted to comment, we've gone past it a little bit, but how we communicate it, I would just caution us from being too prescriptive or restrictive, because what I can tell you is in a lot of areas, particularly in a lot of the ones John's talking about, Facebook probably is the most effective way to communicate, right? You don't have good cell service, people don't do landlines. So, and I've seen and watched, right, when there have been incidents, where the information comes in first. And a lot of it is social media. I mean, from the official source, not from, the AI generated one, Keith. But I just would caution in all seriousness that a lot of these smaller rural areas, that is how they communicate. And we should not restrict the ability to get out the right information through any form of communication. And it may be multiple forms of communication, because you have a generational issue, you have an access issue, you may have an internet issue, whatever the thing is. So I would just caution that we need to, it should be communicate the most effective way, practical, whatever the it is, to the affected, community.
Ms. David.
Oh, thank you. Kim David with OCC in Oklahoma. Just to build off of what's been said here today, we have a very robust emergency response program in Oklahoma. Typically, if we have an emergency where one person has died and it's out in the middle of rural Oklahoma, it's really not a lot of notification you have to do with surrounding neighborhoods. And we've had those incidences. But we immediately deploy a team from OCC out to it. But we also have somebody embedded within our agency that's part of the emergency management team for the state of Oklahoma. And we're all co-located. So I just want to make sure that, we have a very good system going in Oklahoma. We have a lot of pipelines. So whatever we come up with here, I want to make sure that it just lends itself well with, we do Facebook notifications, we use social media a lot on this. And it's not to say it's always in rural Oklahoma. We had actually an operator hit a major pipeline in Oklahoma City, and it was quite an ordeal right in the middle of town, but it was not in a neighborhood, thank goodness. It was right along the highway, so it caused a lot of disturbance, and everybody immediately wanted to know what was happening. Social media was in the news. We contacted the news, but our people also immediately coordinate with the utilities. So I guess as we go about this, I want to make sure what states like Oklahoma has, because I'm sure other states that have a lot of pipelines have vigorous programs set up. We just want to make sure we can either build off of that or use what we already have in place and say, great, we've got this covered.
Mr. Zamran.
Thank you, Chad Zamran Williams. I maybe just want to make sure I understand the way this is constructed. It's taking a little bit of a step back because it seems like the law was intended to drive additional reporting for very specific events that occur. But if I understand the way it's constructed, it's also tucked into an existing section of the code, and it somewhat falls under the umbrella of the list of events that would lead to emergency response. And those aren't necessarily the same. So I want to make sure I'm getting that right. And if I am, I would suggest that there may need to be some construction work done to make sure that, for example, the law was very clear that these were meant to be additional emergency response communications that were specific to releases from a distribution system. And the language said things like a fire related to an unintended release of gas. When you tuck this into the existing 615, it is much more broad than that. It has, if there's a fire near a pipeline facility, even if it wasn't a release from a distribution system, that triggers emergency response and communication. So I think there's a little bit of gymnastics here that is harder to do, because when you look at the NPRM, it doesn't show the language that would cover as an umbrella that this is tucking in and under. But I would encourage us to think about, are we getting, the apples in the orange tree, or are we getting it, in the right place? And so just a suggestion that I think we need to make sure that the specific communications that are triggered under these additions are specific to what's mandated in the law, and we're not picking up more activity, maybe unintentionally, because we're trying to fit it in an existing section of the code. Thank you.
Mrs. Santer.
Yes, this is Mary Zanter. So I have a clarification question. When a large number of customers are without service, is that a response to the emergency officials or just to the customers? Because an outage would not always necessarily constitute an emergency. The people involved with it would need to know. All of the public may not need to know. So just some clarifications, I guess, and maybe it's in here and I've missed it, but as to who should be notified in a customer outage situation.
Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA. Thank you. The significant outage emergency from the statute was for communicating with first responders and communicating with the general public. We think that the idea to clarify it's the affected general public could really help right-size that for operators. So I hope, did I answer your whole question? I forgot part of it. It's been a long day for all of us.
Yeah, I guess just trying to clarify, because, I can think of situations where you have an outage on a system, but it's not an emergency. It's not something that emergency officials need to get involved with necessarily.
Yeah, thank you. Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA. I think we're also, I think perhaps John has emphasized this, having emergency response be kind of to the emergency itself. The other point, we are really interested in looking at from comments, what is that significant break-off point? We have a lot of data, but a lot of data. And so it can be hard to sift through. So if the committee has, I think, big picture ideas of kind of what, we're not looking for maybe numbers, but what around kind of where that break-off point, several members have kind of talked around this, but we certainly are interested in kind of in feedback of where that, in an unscheduled release of gas, what is a significant number of outages? Thank you.
I have an LDC question. Certainly most cable systems and electric systems already have an outage page that you can go to and see where everyone is. Do the LDCs have the same? that you can always go to? No? Okay. Mr. Wolf.
John Wolf, IFC. So for the outage, this is an outage caused by a release, correct? This is not just an outage like
Right.
all of a sudden you wake up and.
Emergency.
Yeah, so that's different than just an outage like it's just not working or something, okay.
Mr. Lang.
Thank you. Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. So maybe to add some color there too, I would say, and I think Matt kind of indicated that it depends on the operator, it depends on the circumstances. For, say, Southwest Gas individually, we do our best to attempt to communicate when we have broader scale outages. We have a tool that we're able to show on our website, but that is sometimes problematic as well. It just depends on the circumstances. What I would like to circle back around on a little bit is, some of this conversation is focused from kind of the national level, and I think, Kim, you touched on a point. In the 3 states in which we operate in, we have very specific state requirements on when we're notifying our local commissions who govern us, both from a rate perspective, but also a pipeline safety perspective on outages, significant incidents, those kind of things. And very oftentimes we have multiple reporting where we're reporting to both the state and, if we meet a PHMSA criteria through the National Response Center. But there's also regional groups like the Office of Emergency Services in the state of California, that there's certain criteria that may be different than both the CPUC's criteria and PHMSA's criteria that require that reporting. So I guess I say all of that from the perspective that, reiterating a point that Kim made, really thinking about what are we trying to accomplish, and are we really getting that message across through a modification, as Chad was indicating, back to this broad scale 192.615 requirement that really applies to everything, if you will, all emergencies, whereas the mandate drove back to distribution systems and was looking at the very specific set of unfortunate circumstances that happened in Merrimack Valley, where things were transcribing and you had local officials, you had emergency response officials that didn't have understanding on what was going on. So there may have, and I don't want to get into solution mode here necessarily, but my request to PHMSA would be to consider that and look at the public comments specifically, or the industry comments that were filed, about trying to keep that scope to a point where we're leveraging the right notifications to the right people at the right time, but it's not so broad that it's for everything.
Mr. Sennett, did you have a comment?
Matt Stennett, Middle Tennessee Natural Gas. I mean, John basically handled what I was going to say. I think dealing with an outage in the summer is much different than the winter. If it's a summer outage, it means, sorry, you can't cook for a little bit. If it's a winter outage, it means grandma's going to freeze, and we need to deal with emergency personnel to help with that. So again, there's just so many variations. I think saying it's going to be hard to nail down one prescriptive idea for this.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. First, on the consideration of taking this out of 615, totally supportive of that. If we think we need to have like whether it's a subparagraph or a discrete regulation that just deals with these gas distribution notifications, it's totally fine. We're not trying to overcomplicate the world. Second, if you haven't already put this stuff in the docket or in the record, it would be good to get us some information on the existing state and local architecture for these sorts of notifications and responding to these events, so that, I mean, we're not going to be able to understand all 50 states, but if we have a sense of this is generally how it functions, so that we can come up with some language where operators can fold in whatever they're doing into an existing state or local framework, that would be very helpful for us, because we don't want to have a people talking past each other kind of thing. And I don't know how much of that we have in the record right now, but if we don't, I would ask our friends in the industry or other partners to kind of provide us with a general sense of what might, some language or just some ideas to make sure we're thinking about these things when we're drafting the final rule.
All right. Ms. David?
Hi, Kim David with OCC. It may be as simple as saying that if your state doesn't have a process already in place, because that way each state that has already put a process in place, they can continue with that. And if your state doesn't have one, then maybe you can put something not general prescriptive telling them to develop that. Because that you don't need to know, you don't want to know what each 50 state's doing. You just want to ensure that there's a policy in place, correct? So I really think this kind of comes back to the states, and just put in place that there has to be an emergency management system in place with your state. And if there's not, then tell them to develop one. I mean, it may be as simple as that.
Mr. Zamarin?
Thank you. Chad Zamarin Williams. Yeah, and maybe in response to your thoughts there, Keith, I wonder if we just add something to the voting language that PHMSA consider clarifying that these new reporting and communication requirements apply only to those events that were articulated in the mandate. Whether you decide to do that by putting language in 615 or moving it into somewhere else, I think that would be probably up to PHMSA to decide. But I would recommend that we state that we think we should try to clarify that these reporting requirements, communication requirements, are sticking to kind of the intent of the mandate, and they're focused on those specific items. Thank you.
Mr. Wolf?
John Wolf, IFC. Kim said it perfectly. I think it has to be driven that, you know, there are some states and areas that have very robust plans, that have very great interaction, that a lot of this is really not necessary. But there are other parts of the country. I know we do pipeline training for the first responders. Part of the training is to go in and look at the emergency operations plan and the procedures and processes. And we get into some states, great. Everything is laid out. They assist with the regions and the cities and the counties. Emergency operations plan is all spelled out. We go to other areas, nothing, silent. So something like that, something like this would be beneficial. But I think it really be nice. It drives the pipeline companies to maybe better interact with your first responder community to see what they have already established as a plan and what gaps are existing, and try to fill those gaps.
Ms. Lyle?
Sarah McGruder-Lyle, CGA. I just want to piggyback off what Kim and John said, which is certainly there are states that have, you know, very effective programs, but I also don't want to get in a, you know, we want to make sure that the states are developing effective programs, not just a program, because a program may not be effective, right? So a balance between the prescriptive piece, which is what we don't want because it is unique. However, all the states are also unique too. They're like snowflakes. No two are the same. So we also have to balance that there has to be, maybe consider adding, you know, in coordination with key stakeholders, or something that at least has an effective threshold to what that is, because we don't want to make states like Oklahoma go back and redo something that works, that is robust, but we also don't want the states that don't have anything, to John's point, to just say, okay, here's my policy, I'm done. So there has to be some threshold for effectiveness or coordination there.
Thinking back to the actual accident in 2018, I think that there also needs to be consideration of whether the lack of good communication with responders and the public was a result of the fact that the company initially didn't know what had happened itself. Until you know, you don't want to share bad information. Something's happening, we will let you know exactly what it was as soon as possible. But if you don't know, how much how much should you try to share and how quickly? So was the breakdown the fact that the company didn't know, which is what I think it was, or was it that they didn't communicate it well? And I think it was the former, and that the latter probably would have been much better had they known.
Slightly off topic, but just in response to that, part of it is I absolutely don't want to communicate bad information.
Right.
But a minimum saying we know there is an issue and we're working on it is a minimum threshold. And I think, particularly in this case, that caused a lot of consternation because that was not what happened.
Other comments? Questions? Any, Mr. Lang?
Kevin Lang, Southwest Gas. And Drew, I think you raise an excellent point that from an emergency response perspective, it does take time to understand. You have to get boots on the ground. You have to, you're interpreting a phone call or a news report or a customer complaint or whatever the case may be, and you may not have the big picture yet. And that's something that I think is a challenge, and it ties back to this broader perspective of, do we want a very prescriptive requirement that may not work in all situations, or more broader brushstrokes that help drive that conversation to happen and the broader picture thinking to happen? I don't know if I directly answered your question, but it caused me to think a little bit more, absolutely.
And I think we want to drive the conversation and share as much information as we have and know, and then continue to add to that rather than trying to rush to put information out that may not be complete or, even worse, be an error. Mr. Taylor.
Eric Taylor. So I'm just looking at the existing rule and then the proposed congressional mandate, or the required congressional mandate. So again, some of the items are already covered under 615 currently. The only real change would be the one or more fatalities, the unscheduled release, and then beneficial, and maybe hit on what you just said, Drew, is the time of confirmed discovery. If we have that addition, that helps for an operator to understand, okay, now I know what the issue is, or now I know what the problem is, now I'm going to get 911 involved. And I'll say some of the unfortunate rupture or issues we have seen on our system, typically we're getting the call from 911. We're typically getting the call from fire department. Public has let them know, they're calling our gas control to let them know, hey, I hear gas. So it's unfortunately, it's coming to us from 911, from the PSAPs, that, hey, there's something going on. We don't know what it is. So I say all that to say, again, I think you still could include 615 or add to it for 615 if it is being focused on distribution for the one or more fatalities. Obviously, the unscheduled release and number of customers affected, that would be tied to distribution. But again, several of the items here are already covered under 615 requirements. So I don't think it would be an expansive change. Again, one improvement could be that confirmed discovery, just because operators, that would help us communicate knowledgeable information versus, yeah, I met the 10% change over 15 minutes. I don't know what's going on, but you're telling me I'm required to communicate something, right? And that's not going to be beneficial to anyone.
Other comments? Questions? Edits? Motion? Don't rush. Mr. Taylor.
If nobody else is going to say anything or raise their cards, I will motion. But no, I mean, I think we've hit the key points. I mean, I don't want to rush if anybody else has any other suggestions, but I think we've talked through this. Maybe the last one, if we wanted to get clarity, was the 50 versus 270. I think that was the last remaining topic as to I don't know if you want commentary on what a number should be or what you would be looking for as to what the right number would be, but
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. So what we've been doing internally is looking at our data and using different thresholds to see how many incidents are falling on the side of significance. So we've done some internal analysis. I know we have analysis on different types of incidents. I don't know if we have information on the duration requirements that were mentioned before. But that's basically how we're kind of looking at it right now, is if we use different thresholds, whether it's a percentage of total customers affected or it's a pure raw number, how many of these events would end up being reportable as incidents and meet this criteria, and are they truly the type of events that we think are within the reach of the mandate? Obviously, we don't want these things to be happening on a regular basis or be treated as such if they're not of significance, but that's kind of what we're doing. We're looking at our incident data and playing around with different thresholds and seeing where they fall. So if you guys have thoughts on, hey, these should be 1% events or 5% events, that would, kind of give us some help, or percentage of customers or something like that.
Ms. Zanter.
This is Mary Zanter. You had said number of customers involved in an incident. A lot of these situations would not necessarily be an incident. They would just be an emergency. So you can't necessarily use incident data to come up with that number. You'd have to look at more operational information from operators to determine outages that they may have had that may not have been included in an incident.
Mr. Taylor.
yeah, I was just going to propose maybe adding one more bullet to your slide to say that you would obviously continue to evaluate comments, but then you would evaluate internally what the number should be, 50, 270, whatever the number is, but would continue to evaluate what the number is and then consider a time constraint to that significant event and what the number of customers would be defined as significant.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, my much smarter lawyer, just told me we will analyze the events that fall within the reach of the mandate. He wants me to speak more carefully. And we will look at the duration thing. I think my much smarter lawyer has probably already told me we may not have all of that. We're just going to let him talk. How about that? Go ahead.
Do you want to go first? I would never tell Keith Coyle what to say in a public space.
Mr. Zamrin.
Chad Zamrin Williams. This is maybe just a thought, but this 615 existing and kind of new does kind of, it's interesting. I mean, it's actually noted in the update, the law, and makes reference to 615. So one of the questions I would have is when you go back and add something to it, is it also worthwhile looking at why the original construction is the way that it is, and is there congressional precedence for that? And maybe the work that's done here warrants revisiting the existing requirements in the regulation. Thank you.
Keith Coyle, PHMSA, I will take that invitation to the extent we think we can do that consistent with the APA and the public comments. I'd already started thinking through cleaning up 615, maybe taking a look. I think at the very least we can make non-substantive changes to kind of reduce length. And if there is some overlap where we think we can make some changes, we'll give that a shot.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I'll just kind of share some of our analysis, kind of what general things we're seeing. And I think the comment Mr. Taylor said earlier that we had heard something similar as well, that it's a two-way street. And sometimes an unscheduled outage, the operator can learn from emergency responders, sometimes vice versa. So kind of having that back and forth, kind of, it can be as much as that. Like we, I think meeting the proposal could be as much as, hey, we're seeing, we didn't plan this, but we are hearing of an outage. Bear with us. That's all we know so far. The idea of drawing in confirmed discovery for a public communication from the mandate, it's right in the mandate. Something that I think we're struggling with over, or not struggling, but in the data over the number of outages, there are a lot of outages with a lot of incidents with very few outages. So finding the right number in there with these kind of skewed highs and lows is difficult. You have some really big ones and a lot of zeros and ones. So I think some of our ideas are, is an average the right approach to that? And forgive me for some imprecision, but around the 50 outage number was around the 75th percentile. So you're already eliminating a lot of outages and narrowing it a pretty good deal at that number. So that's kind of what we're seeing initially as we're revisiting this from comments, but any further feedback would certainly help.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Eric Taylor. So do we want to add Chad's item as a bullet just to say, review 615 for previous requirements and then how this could be incorporated?
Mr. Zamrin?
Thanks, Chad Zamrin Williams. I'm happy for that to be added, but I do, in response to, I do think it has got me to thinking that, especially the way that this portion of the law was written, I think it's an opportunity to, there was obviously a lot of thought put into what happened at Merrimack and how we should be communicating following emergency events, and it may warrant and not just adding to 615, but taking what was done in the mandate and seeing if that's not also got suggestions that should replace, modify, or improve 615 if there isn't already existing congressional mandate that kind of underpins the existing 615. Because I look at actually the list of what's driving additional communications, seems frankly like a more targeted, potentially better list, more intentional list from at least a congressional perspective than what's in the current 615. So yeah, that would be a suggestion, is whether that needs to be on the slide or not, but I do think, I'm happy for it to be on the slide. But I do think it's an interesting concept where we tend to add a lot to the code, and I'm not sure when we see something especially that could be improving a section of the code, are we also looking at where that might be giving us basis for streamlining, improving, or eliminating things that are no longer as relevant with what we have now. Thank you.
Mrs. Lyle?
Sarah McGrew-Lyle, CGA. I just struggle with the number, but I also struggle with the number because, like we've talked about, it's really the totality of the circumstances, not the number, that drives the significance of the event. And so I struggle with that threshold because we've seen some pretty catastrophic incidents with much less impact, but it wasn't the number. It's the circumstances surrounding the event. And, now I sound really deceived. The totality of the circumstances is really important here as to what that trigger is, right? Because like you said, the 75th percentile, it's the 75th. That means there's 25% of it that isn't being considered in that. So I just would like to caution us, and I'm not sure there's a magic number there, but I think the totality of the circumstances is a much more important assessment.
Mr. Coyle?
Keith Coyle, PHMSA. The one caution I would have on totality of the circumstances is it's a very challenging thing to implement in the real world. So we will definitely look at all of the circumstances and trying to come up with an approach that makes sense.
And even to Chad's point about what's already in the mandate, those are the parts that should be included in the assessment, right? We don't have to make a new assessment. We have the pieces that need to be assessed. Now, should it be updated? Should there maybe be some streamlining? Yes, but those pieces are there for a reason. And thanks to Chad for keeping us, all, on point about where we started on this. But, there are other considerations there. It's hard to have a singular consideration with this when there's multiple considerations in an incident.
Mr. Taylor?
I'd motion. If there are no other comments, I'd motion. All right, I'm going to make a motion. The proposed rule is published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding emergency response plans is technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practical in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion if PHMSA revised the scope of gas distribution emergency notifications consistent with the mandate and public comments, allow and encourage operators to meet public and first responder communication requirements via coordination with existing state frameworks, reconsider the threshold for significant outages regarding the number of customers affected and duration of the outage, considering public comments and additional data analysis, review implementation via 192.615, and consider further improvements to existing emergency plan requirements.
Do we have a second?
This is Kevin Lang. I'll second.
Any discussion? Saylor, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Sailor Palabrico PHMSA. I will now begin the roll call. David Chisla.
Yes.
Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce.
Yes.
Mary Zanter.
Yes.
Terry Turpin.
Yes.
Robert Mitchell.
Yes.
Kevin Lang.
Yes.
Matt Stennett.
Yes.
Eric Taylor.
Yes.
Chad Zamarin.
Yes.
Sarah Magruder Lyle.
Yes.
And John Wolf.
Yes.
It is approved unanimously.
That takes us to number 9, State Inspection Calculation Tool. With that, we'll go to Bobby.
Thank you, Drew. Bobby Pyanen with PHMSA. Okay, so the proposal was to codify use of the state inspection calculation tool. For background, states have to submit annual certifications to PHMSA in order to enforce pipeline safety standards for their interstate facilities. So the Pipes Act mandated updating the grant formula used as a part of these certifications to include certain metrics like total mileage, services, age of systems, et cetera. So PHMSA implemented this by updating the tool to include these items to fund states with a sufficient number of employees. And in integrating this mandate into the tool, also incorporated a couple of definitions that the statute set out. This was a 0 annualized cost update. And, we expect this to improve the tool and help establish proper personnel and funding for states based on this data. To note that in the comments we received, there was no real substantive comment on these. Everyone seemed very good with this conceptually and how we implemented it. But we'll turn back over to the committee and Drew for Q&A, caucusing if necessary, discussion and voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Zanter.
Yes, this is Mary Zanter. The one comment that I would offer as a user of the SICT is that I don't think states have any problem utilizing or performing that sort of function, but we often find frustration with the functionality of the tool. So I just want to put that out there as a comment on the record that we want a tool that functions properly.
Mr. Coyle.
Keith Coyle, Films of the Record, will duly note that government IT is not the best.
Mr. Taylor.
Can I motion already? Anybody have any comments? If not, I'm willing to motion because again, based off the feedback you've already said, you've not received a lot of feedback. I don't think we've seen any pushback, so I'm willing to motion.
Chad Zamorons, I just have a question. Do you coach a baseball team or something that you need to be at today? I mean, I appreciate it, but
I have limited patience, so to sit here and stare at each other for more than 1 minute is too long.
All right, great.
But outside of that, I'm willing to make the motion and read what we have. All right, thank you. The proposed rule as published in the Federal Register and supported by the draft regulatory analysis regarding the state inspection calculation tool is technically feasible, reasonable, cost-effective, and practicable in light of the additional information presented in committee discussion.
Mary Zanter seconds it.
Saylor.
Saylor Palabrico FIMSA. I'll now begin the roll call. David Chislow.
Yes.
Kim David.
Yes.
Drew Pierce. Mary Zanter.
Yes.
Terry Turpin.
Yes.
Robert Mitchell.
Yes.
Kevin Lang.
Yes.
Matt Stennett.
Yes.
Eric Taylor.
Yes.
Chad Zamarin.
Yes.
Sarah Magruder-Lyle.
Yes.
And John Wolf.
Yes.
And it is approved unanimously.
Very good. So that finishes our agenda for the day. Mr. Coyle, do you have something you want to go to?
First, I just want to thank everybody in the committee for joining the committee itself, joining us here today. This meeting has gone fabulously well from my perspective. We finished early. We got concrete feedback. We kept things to principles. We didn't wordsmith too much. I think this is exactly what we had in mind and shifting to this new format. If you have feedback on how things are organized, if we can do a better job with prep or slides, please let us know. Anything else about the content that we're sharing during the meetings. We are planning on having quite a few more of these. We'll probably have this committee back together reasonably soon to go over some of those targeted sprint rules that I talked about, the 40 or so that we pushed out in April, and then we had a couple more last year. Hopefully that'll be an even easier lift than this meeting was. Most of those things are not significant or controversial, but we do want to try to keep moving them. And then we do have some more significant proposals down the road. We do have our gas pipeline repair criteria rule that's over at the Office of Management and Budget. We hope to have that cleared soon. I did find out earlier this morning that our risk-based tank inspection rule was cleared. That's not for this committee. That's for your counterparts on liquids. But OMB has been moving very quickly to get our rules cleared. We're going to try to keep that up. And then we do have our LNG facilities rulemaking proposal. I don't expect that one to be done before 2:30 on Monday. That one is going to be significant. There's a lot of work there. But again, thank you so much for your willingness to do this. I know we ask a lot, coming to DC, putting the time in, doing the prep. But I think today shows that it's worth it, and we appreciate it. And one last point, thank you to the staffs who put all of this together. It's not an easy thing to get everything organized, to get the mic set up, to get the room reserved. There are lots of challenges. Cameron does a great job setting all of that up without my interference, which is good. So thank you.
And I would just add thanks to everyone, especially the staff, for putting this together. I know how much work goes into these meetings and into these rulemakings, and it is tedious. And they work so hard to make sure that they're meeting the mandates, but at the same time making things, making rules that will be useful in the field. Thanks to the new folks on the committee who have just joined us, and thanks to those who are continuing their work with the committees. It's great to see you, and Keith, thank you for your work here at PHMSA. I think that the difference between the last meeting I attended in the private sector and then before that the last one I attended when I was still at PHMSA, the difference today was that we had very directed comments. A lot of thought had gone into them and a lot of discussions behind the scenes over what was important to bring to the committee and to the staff. And I believe that's why we got through this so quickly. And you all are to be commended for bringing your thoughts and being very clear and making sure that your points were made to the committee and to the staff. So thank you very much. And I know that I can't even read upside down. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Mr. Crisley.
Dave Chesla, representing NAPSR. I just want, you said we'd have a chance to circle back to the things that were not on the agenda, and I just specifically wanted to address a couple of things that are important to NAPSR.
Okay.
Specifically 192-305 with regards to the inspections. NAPSR has an open resolution with PHMSA regarding inspections, and we'd like to just reiterate that that still is important. Committee member Zanter and I just met with another state last week, and they are in the process of replacing hundreds of service line tees because they were installed incorrectly. And the only reason that was found was because the state found it, and a good inspection program should have found and caught that before that operator was installing that many tees incorrectly. So those issues continue to remain important to NAPSR. Also with regards to the pressure testing records, that still also remains important to NAPSR. And just to give an example of one issue related to that we see is when an operator comes to a state and wants to do an uprating and they don't have those pressure test records to be able to substantiate that they can raise the pressure to whatever they're proposing during that uprating. You know, if those records aren't present, it makes it really difficult for the state to approve that uprating. So just wanted to reiterate that, you know, we do have open resolutions on both those issues, and they do remain important to NAPSR. Thank you.
Anyone else with anything to add? Either about the things that we're not considering at this time or other points? Mr. Zamarin.
No, just a question, Chad Zamarin Williams. In the past, and maybe it always seemed a little, and maybe we're getting there or maybe we don't have to, but we've had to vote on the transcript being the report out of this committee. Is that something that we need to do, don't need to do, won't do? Thank you.
I mean, we've talked about it internally. I don't think it's a necessary part of the process. I think the understanding is that these deliberations are going to be the committee report. If folks feel like we should do that to be more comfortable, but I don't think it's required.
Yeah, Chad Zimmer Williams. I mean, it always felt like it was a necessary step. I think if we all understand that the transcript will be the report of the committee, I think we meet the requirement. I would certainly, be supportive of that. Thank you.
And the transcript will be ready in a couple of weeks. Is that right? Okay. And will be sent out to each of us.
Placed in the docket as well.
Okay, great. Anything else? Ms. Lang.
And this question is just for PHMSA. I was going back through kind of final notes. I believe part of the NPRM had some proposed amendments to the gas distribution system annual report, and then that amongst and all the other flurry of regulatory activities. We didn't explicitly talk about it here, but is that something that PHMSA is still intending as part of this rulemaking, or is that being moved off into something else? Just, I guess, trying to understand that.
Jeremy Henowitz, PHMSA. I'll maybe end the day with my worst answer back to you. Part of the annual report, of course, we're exploring, we talked about the proposal to exempt small LPG from DIMP and add them to a report. So we're looking at how best to do that. I also, I believe Cam and team, there were some in the proposal looking at annual reports. I think, go ahead, Brooks.
Well, Brook State PHMSA, yes, the PHMSA annual report for distribution was looked to modified. As this NPRM was conducted in previous time, the annual report has since been updated. So if you look at the red line and green line sections of that annual report that was submitted in this docket, it has changed slightly. So as it stands now, the proposed changes to the annual report going forward are only to gather the miles of low pressure systems and how their overpressure protection for that. Thanks.
That's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions or clarification or comments? I think we're finished. With that, we are adjourned.